We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고,
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
디지털이란 말은 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
알걸 신현물같이 다 보여주는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법은 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신념을같이 다 보여주는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 것, 투명하게 공개하는 것.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
안녕하십니까.
Good day.
2021
Welcome to the
OGP
2021
Global Summit.
OGP Global
누구나
Summit
이용할 수 있는
and the breakout
디지털
session on
정부
digital
서비스
government
세션
service
좌장을
available to
맡은
anyone. I am the moderator,
성신여자대학교의
Chae Min-young
최민영입니다.
from Seoul Women's University.
이곳 스튜디오는
Here at the
방역지침에
studio,
따라
in accordance with
전체
disease
스텝 및
control guidelines,
참가자
all
발열
staff and
체크,
participants had
소독
their
등 사람 방역을 철저히
temperature checked
했으며
and
발표
disinfection
및 토론
and other
시에도
disease control
마스크를
measures have been
필수적으로
thoroughly
착용한
conducted
채
ahead of the
진행할
event, and during
예정입니다.
presentations and discussions, all
이번
participants will keep
세션은
their facial
모든
masks
연사
on.
패널분들이
All speakers and
오프라인으로
panelists are joining
참여해
us offline
주셨으며
for this
관련
session,
내용은
which is also live streamed
중계될
online.
예정입니다. 자, 그럼
And now let us begin
본격적으로
the
세션을
session.
시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 저희 세션에서는
This session will examine how analyzing user data can lead to improvements in the representative government services in Korea, called Government 24, in terms of UI and UX. We will also address the implementation of user-friendly services with a focus on senior citizens in an inclusive design. Those of you watching online, please go to the 2021 OGP Global Summit website, and you can leave your questions and comments there.
댓글로 남겨주실 수 있으니 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 먼저 이번
Let me
세션을
first
위해서
introduce the speakers of this session.
소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저
We have Mr. Oh Gang-tak, Vice President for the Department of Digital Government at the National Information Society Agency, NIA.
이어서
Mr. Lee Sung-sik, Professor of Samsung Art and Design Institute, SADI. Ms. Lee Sung-hae, CEO of Team Interface. Ms. Kim Sung-hee, Professor of Donghi University.
저희 세션의 진행 방법은
We will start with a 20-minute presentation each by Mr. Oh and Mr. Lee,
20분씩 듣도록 하겠습니다.
and we will use the remaining time to discuss the session topic with panelists. I look forward to a constructive discussion.
First, we will be inviting Vice President Oh Gang-tak under the topic of Data Shows Us How to Design UX Elements, focusing on the case of gov.kr, the single point of access to government services. Your presentation, please.
우리 오강탁 본부장
Vice President Oh Gang-tak has served as the head of e-government, supporting the digital government strategy and initiative of the Republic of Korea. Currently, he is working on preparing for the new normal era in the post-COVID-19 era by coming up with the digital government strategy. Your presentation, please. Pleased to meet you. As have been introduced, I am Oh Gang-tak, Vice President of the National Information Society Agency, or NIA. What I wish to share through my presentation is, as have been introduced by our moderator, how to design UX elements focusing on the case of gov.kr, or the so-called Government 24, and I would like to share my analysis of the UX. As you're well aware, due to COVID-19, we have seen a surge in the work of the government on the online platform. And not only related to the government, but all aspects of our lives have shifted to the online platform in many ways. And more than ever before, providing government services through the online platform is quite important. As you are well aware, recently President Biden has mentioned that citizens need to be enabled to access government services through the online platform by streamlining bureaucratic processes. And so he talked about fundamentally improving the UI and UX through the administrative order. Social guarantee and college loans and student loans are just some of the services that the American citizens access through very complicated processes. Surveys show that about 20% of the citizens are not able to use services that are eligible for because of complicated processes, and that is why the administrative decree came from. And there are 31 IT projects included in this administrative decree, and within this portfolio of 31 projects, they have included services such as online renewal of passports, or having systems to provide simple text messages. Underlining all of these projects is the philosophy that UI and UX needs to be redesigned from the user's perspective. This is to make sure that various social disadvantages, such as the lack of computer and digital literacy, does not hinder citizens from receiving services that they are eligible for. And by providing consistent UX throughout the government, they are planning to come up with a guideline to standardize relevant UXs across the board. So as you can see, in the post-COVID-19 era, digital-based services are becoming more important than ever before. The expression that it is important is simply not enough to express how important it is. It has become a precondition to the role and responsibilities of the government. The government needs to provide accessibility, availability, and inclusiveness for their digital services. And if they are not able to establish this, the government will not be able to play its role and responsibilities. So there are about 17 million subscribers to gov.kr, and this actually is a single point of access to government services. Therefore, we need to take a look at how user-friendly the UI and UX is. And we also have to take a look at the evaluations of the citizens concerning this platform. We did have a channel to receive opinions, such as top-down researches as well as online bulletin boards. But now is the time for us to do data analytics in order to find out the pain points of the users in using gov.kr. This research started 3 months ago, and what I will be presenting today is actually the result that we have had from the 3-month research on behalf of NIA. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Park Sun-ju, our team leader, and researcher Kim and researcher Lee for participating in this research. We are pressed for time, so let me now jump into my presentation. Why is UI and UX so important? I have already mentioned this in my initial remarks. As you are well aware, Korea's e-government is highly evaluated within the UN evaluations, and the 2021 OECD e-government index also shows that we are ranking #1 in the world. And so we are deemed to be #1 in the world in terms of e-government. But nevertheless, the citizens continue to have pain points in utilizing e-government services. We conduct relevant surveys every year, and according to the survey, it seems that these are some of the difficulties that the citizens are facing. One, that it is very complicated, and second, that there is a complex process in identifying or verifying one's identity on these platforms. We utilized data analytics to take a look at the pain points of this process, and we have done 3 different analytical exercises. First, we did a desk research, which is literary research, And we did the data analytics, which is the most important. And we also conducted the usability test, or the so-called UT. So these are the three analytical methods that we utilized. Let's first go into the desk research. I think I have already mentioned this. There is the annual survey. And so we actually analyzed the annual survey. And we also benchmarked the 10 usability heuristics and also the bulletin board opinions for improvement within the website itself. The second aspect is data analytics. Data analytics is mostly focused on using the tool Be Usable, and we took a look at the pattern of use as well as the pain points of the users. And across 2 weeks, we conducted a usability test for about 10,000 users. And so by going through these three methods, we took a look at how we could improve gov.kr. So first, this is the desk research. As I mentioned before, these are the findings from the desk research, especially from the perspective of service. We took a look at some of the issues that the citizens pointed out in utilizing gov.kr. Here you can see that from access to the completion of service, there have been various complaints, and these are the keywords. You can see that 34% of the citizens had issues related to request and inquiry. You can see that other than that, there were issues with issuances, and there was also an issue with authentication. You can see that citizens are raising various issues across the board, and you can refer to the table for the detailed keywords. Second, related to web analytics, we utilized the tool Be Usable to conduct the analytics. And first, we took a look at the inflow route. And according to our analytics, we could see that of the total number of users, 25% actually typed in the URL of our website, and 75% actually came in through external routes. So I believe that you can probably imagine some of the external routes, such as Google, Naver, and Daum. You can see that about 9% use these three platforms. Other than that, we also had inflows through external links, blogs, and favorites. So 25% of the inflow was from the direct URL typing, and that 25% is not a small number. And second is about the pattern of utilizing the main page. This is the heat map, and you can see that there is a solid line in the middle, and that is the average line. And on the PC basis, you can see that is the bottom line of the monitor. As you can see, most of the hits were on the high menu bar as well as the search bars. So you can see that many people preferred to use direct searches or frequently used services. And for the menus underneath the solid line, there were virtually no hits.
And related to the search function, there was a very interesting result. As you can see, so we start with the search. For example, resident registration number. If you would type that into the search window and press enter, this is the result that you would get. You can see that if you take a look at request service, there are about 200,000 search results. And what would the user do? The users would just scroll down and go into the content itself. And the first content is usually right above the solid line that I showed you. And people would not go down further, but what they would do is retype another search word. And so they would go back and forth within the screen without going under the solid line, and they would continue to do search again. And that actually gives quite a few implications. We now know that we need to enhance the accuracy of the search results, and we need to review the website architecture to make sure that there is accurate search results. And as you're well aware, within gov.kr, we have search services, issuance services, as well as providing messages related to government services. And what is important is search and information. And if you take a look, this is a little bit different from the previous search window that I mentioned. Here you can see the heat map, and you can see that for information, the behavior pattern shows that if you have a specific piece of information that you need, you would actually scroll down under the solid line to take a look and find what you need. And so you can see that this is very different from the search window that we had in the previous slide. Let's say that you need your medical records, and you can see that the user would scroll all the way down to the bottom to take a close look at the medical record. And so you can see that the heat map looks kind of like a mountain that is sideways. And so depending on what the users are looking for, the behavior pattern is quite different. And this is the issuance service. And so unlike the search window, you can see that the hits are towards the top, and there are hardly any hits towards the bottom of the page. But for the users who are all the way here in issuance, you can see that the average duration time is as short as 19.3 seconds. So it takes quite a long time to come all the way into issuance, but those who are all the way here at the issuance stage, they would actually achieve their goal within 19.3 seconds before they leave the website. It seems that I only have 4 minutes left. Another research that we conducted was using a method called process mining. We actually analyzed the top 10 services that are frequently utilized by our citizens. And the process mining results shows that for request and issuance, the usual pattern is search, main page, request, and inquiry. You can see that the users are showing quite a complicated flow. And for the bottom part, you can see that once you achieve your goal, they would leave the website right away.
because they're not interested in additional information and services other than having your documents issued. For example, if you log on to a bookstore website, they would have books that are recommended to them, but for government platforms, it seems that the citizens are not interested in these recommendations. We conducted a survey across about 70,000 people across 12 days, and we took a look at the satisfaction related to UI, graphics, UX, and other parts of the website, and we have had various opinions concerning improvements. And now I would like to go into the how-to part of my presentation. How are we going to improve the UI and UX of gov.kr? So what are some of the concepts that we can have in order to improve the UI and UX? When designing the UI or UX, there are some parts that you need to universally consider, such as being intuitive. And you need to make sure that the menus and functions are easy to use. And you also need to work on computing and other contextual situations of the users to make it accessible regardless of the context and situation. And so, from the perspective of the users, we need to keep these universal aspects into consideration so that we can make it easy to search and browse, and also to provide user-friendly guidelines. We also need to streamline workflows, and we need to redesign according to the needs of the users. So here you can see the summary of our research results. Here you can see a list of tasks to execute for each goal. And you can see that the overhead shows that in order to improve the UI UX, we need to have a government roadmap. We also need to make sure that we have common standards across all government services through having an open design platform. This will help us provide a guideline and standard to develop services and websites. We also need to innovate the search itself, and we also need to have the UI UX methodologies and guidelines that are established across all government agencies. I believe that I am out of time, but here you can see some short-term action tasks. And as a result of our study, we have provided these feedback to the actual people operating the website. And so these are the improvements that we have suggested. First, we recommended the reorganization of the main page. We hoped that the icons that are frequently used by the users will be moved upwards on the main screen. And as I mentioned before, hardly anyone looks under the average fold, which was expressed in the solid line, so we need to make sure that the search results are shown on the top rather than on the bottom. And the menu system, well, that icon called service should actually be brought to the main page because that is linked to issuances, which is the service that many citizens are looking for within this website. And in order to improve login and authentication methods, we need to make sure that we simplify the process by having a single login process, so by removing the secondary process. This is something that I already mentioned. So these are some of the common tasks that we see: creating roadmaps, having an open design platform so that all citizens could view a standardized format and experience across all government websites. I did use more time than was allocated to me, but thank you very much for your attention until the very end. Thank you.
네, 본부장.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Vice President Oh. I am also a professor that teaches UI and UX, so developing data-driven UI and UX, and also improving gov.kr is much needed. We are #1 in the world in terms of e-government, but just because we are #1, we shouldn't rest on our laurels. We should continue our improvements. And thank you very much for those efforts. It was indeed a learning opportunity for me as well. I look forward to gov.kr becoming a digital service that represents Korea's IT capabilities to the world. Thank you very much.
And the next presentation is User Experience Framework for Seniors by Professor Lee Sung-sik of SEID. Professor Lee led the UX design group for many mobile products, including Galaxy S series at the Samsung Electronics. And currently he teaches UX and value design at SEID. Professor Lee, you have the floor. Thank you. As introduced, I am Sung-sik Lee from SEID. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give a presentation at this prestigious event, and thank you very much. It's a great honor. So I would like to focus on user experience framework for seniors. So today, I would like to discuss the 4 concepts that make up a UX. Rather than very detailed, I would like to go through an overview from a fundamental and comprehensive perspective. A designer, before solving the problem, I think, should ask the right question first. So this is a question I ask myself today. How can we help seniors use digital services in a useful, easy, and emotionally satisfying manner? To answer this question, I would like to proceed with my presentation. So let's look at user experience first. So this term has become a very familiar concept to all of us, but let's go back to the core concept of what makes up user's experience. The human experience is actually quite comprehensive. But from the design perspective, user experience, it comes down to how the user completes a task through interaction with the digital system. The emotions, behavior, and attitude of the user in the process is what we mean by user experience. I'm sure you'd agree. So what's important here is what is the task that the user wants to complete and what is the purpose of completing that task, and in the process, how does the user behave and how should the system behave so that in the end the user can get what value. So through these groups of concepts, government services, digital services for seniors can be diagnosed, and I'm sure we can reach a fundamental solution. First of all, in terms of task, a task consists of the start and end and all the processes and procedures in between. The user carries out this task to reach their purpose. So depending on how you define a task and what kind of units you define a task into would allow you to reach your purpose or not. If the end purpose of the user is to issue a government document to get a loan within a public service, a task that is not completed in the middle will ultimately lead to an incompleted task. So rather than stopping at the simple issuance of government document, we often see that people share their tasks and move on to the next task. So these tasks are all continued in a seamless manner to reach the end goal. So the quality of the experience is ultimately determined by the peak and the end, according to the peak-end rule, and the Zeigarnik effect are all linked to this task. And recently, all tasks are completed in a single application called super applications. And they all have this concept in mind. And next, in terms of responsibilities, Tesla's law states that every task has a certain level of complexity that can no longer be reduced. Whether it's the system or the user, someone has to tackle the reduction of complexity. And if the system can take on more of that work, then ultimately the user experience will be improved. Our daily lives, for example, you wire transfer amounts, and then you need to, rather than memorizing the account number, you can simply copy and paste the account number so that the user can just simply complete the task of wire transferring an amount. So how much the system replaces such complex work in a task will determine the user experience of government digital services. Maslow has set out a hierarchy of needs, and you can see here the elements of value pyramid to the next to that pyramid: social impact, life-changing, emotional, and functional. So a user of services, depending on what purpose they use the digital or government services for, needs to be first identified when you design your services. And Alan Cooper's book about face states that the element of a good design should go beyond not harming people, but contributing to the improvement of the lives of the users. And I fully agree with that statement. And next, let's move on to the user behavior. To the flip side of the service usage, there is a motivation and a purpose. And in the process of achieving that purpose, sometimes users hit a wall, or in carrying out the task, or after completing the task, the result or the outcome, or certain results or outcome are expected by the users. So the task, motivation, action, gain, pain, attitude, expectations must be understood, as you well know. Examining and analyzing user behaviors in research and modeling are very important tools in understanding these motivations and desires. And you heard from the first speaker how research is already progressing well ahead in these areas. So, albeit few, regular analysis and research into the user pattern must be conducted. Let's to clarify the understanding of the seniors in Korea, let's look at the demographic changes in Korea. According to the National Statistics Office, Korea has entered into the aging society since 2000, and the share of aged population is now 14.3% as of 2018. So that makes Korea an aged society, and by 2025, Korea will become a super aged society. And by 2060, 44% of the Korean population would be 65 or older, meaning that 1 out of 5 service users will be elderly by 2025, and 2 in 5 by 2050, and almost half by 2060. So this means that more than ever, we need to pay more interest and research and conduct more research into elderly citizens. Next, let's look at the current behavior of senior citizens when they use digital services. This would be a very important basis to make our judgment on how they behave with these digital services. So when we define seniors as those in their early 70s, computers first were used when they were in their 30s and smartphones when they were in their 60s. So if you look at how long they have experienced these electronic devices, they have been using these devices for 10 to 30 years. So that would make you think that they are very used to these devices, but the time when they first learned to use these devices were when they were already in their 40s. Many of the life services are transformed into digital services, and against this backdrop, users need to learn how to use these services and devices. But that in itself is a huge stress for these senior citizens. So in the end, even if time passes, using these devices will not become more familiar for these senior citizens. So as you age, there are physical changes, of course, that take place. The sensory changes, such as vision and hearing, would fall. Cognitive changes also, in terms of your concentration span, will also deteriorate. And motor control changes that are always closely related to how you use devices will also deteriorate. So depending on the people, some people get used to aging very well, but others do not. And those do not could develop various types of emotional issues: depression, denial, rage, anxiety, and so forth. So these emotions have an impact on the attitude that leads to the behavior of the users. So we need to design the services very well. And along with the physical and emotional changes, the elderly would experience loss of beloved ones, the decline in income, and limited mobility. So there are a combination of issues that make it difficult for them to maintain their daily lives. Aging not only comes with physical changes, but other multifaceted changes as well, which must be considered and reflected into designing services. After completing a task and fulfilling the purpose, and if the user believes that the process was satisfactory, then they will be very happy with the service. And to achieve this, we need to make sure that the system must be usable, useful, and emotionally satisfactory. The government has already focused on the difficulties for seniors in using digital services, and I'm sure that the government is already engaging in many endeavors. Improving usability and other areas must be examined closely so that we do not miss out on any other areas that require improvement. So moving on to system behavior. Designing a system behavior in a simple and effective manner would be to perceiving the system as a human being. So how should we design it? Caring, smart, thoughtful, and sociable character would be loved by all. But such a system does not develop naturally. To make a system more thoughtful, smarter, and sociable than the previous system, we need machine learning, sensors, 5G, NLP, AI, and a number of other technologies. Without the help of such technologies, we cannot design the right system. To improve the lives of seniors and all citizens, the government is taking an interest in these digital systems and should take the lead in launching relevant policies. And let's look at some of the areas to build better systems. So this is an example of playing a music with a smartphone. So right now you need to go through at least 5 inputs to play a music. But you can simplify that into a single voice recognition service. So such invisible interaction makes the user experience much more efficient and convenient. And there's a Korean saying that you can repay a large amount with a single word. And I think that represents the voice recognition service. Next is conversational interaction, which is quite similar to voice recognition of voice controls that you just saw. But voice control is implemented by remembering a few command words, but conversational interaction is much more complex. The machine understands the natural language that is spoken in a very complex manner. And through conversational interactions, right now, there are chatbots that can converse with the users through texts, and this is used in many different services, but only in certain domains. So for technological development, collecting, analyzing, learning data will require more investment. Right now, you can play music with voice recognition services, but you cannot have your certificates issued through voice recognition. And we can think of monitoring interactions as well. We can use devices to monitor the everyday life of seniors and understand their pattern, and for advanced services. Single-person senior citizen households can be using these services that can provide preemptive services that can assist their living. Imagine a world of such services. Different devices can monitor the state of the senior citizen, and when the senior citizen cannot engage in interaction, the devices can immediately detect the problem and react. And in that case, the services will be elevated a notch. And finally, the way for successful UX. Design is based on human-centric idea, and through design thinking and processes, the ultimate design will be developed. But if we only focus on problem solving, we are likely to disregard problem setting. So even if you solve a problem, if you don't have the right problem setting in mind, you cannot fundamentally provide a good solution. So what is the real problem underneath of these senior users? So in terms of setting the problem, let's think about this concept. Nestra released this temperature control device, how they looked at the problem and what kind of value they created. So first of all, their goal was to make the device look good by omitting a number of different complex buttons. So they designed the product in a minimal manner. And secondly, for a better experience, they made it easy to control the device so that the device smartly sets itself by remembering the user pattern. And finally, to save energy, this product also presented ideas to save energy during rush hour. So the power generation companies worked in partnership with the manufacturer to predict the energy use of households and to use distributed energy. By turning on the air conditioner or heating devices earlier on, it helped users use less energy and therefore save energy bills. So this example shows that setting your problem will lead to completely different results. So the ultimate goal sometimes can be even more important than the goal you are pursuing. And next, problem solving. Of course, you are well aware of this step, so all seems clear. But when you are in the process of solving the problem, sometimes you forget about the users. For example, in a research survey, we find out that single-person households often eat alone, but they do not enjoy it. So in general, the designer would think how we can help single-person households have a happy meal alone, which is quite natural. But this sentence indicates that what seems happy to us would naturally be happy to the user. But we need to think how we can help the single-person households have a happy meal alone. So how might we? A question that starts with the words how might we is structured in a way that we think from the user's perspective. And I think this simple change of perspective leads to the fundamental solution to the problem. As I mentioned earlier, user-centric systems must be built and designed. So it is not like we produce a good product for the users to use in a one-way manner. We need to first think from the user's perspective and start out by setting the problem from their perspective. And no matter how good a solution may be, if you try to give too much all at once, it will not be easy for the users to accept that. So if you look at Google, for example, which is quite extreme, Kisa smartphone presents what the user needs when they need it, which would require thoughtful design. And the final message for my presentation is that you need a CXO and a command tower that provides usability and emotional satisfaction and creating a life-changing UX. So building, planning, designing must be done by a CXO because you cannot do everything alone. To go to space, we need a strong propulsion. Likewise, for digital government services to upgrade the user experience, you need a strong propulsion power as well. So sorry for using up more time than given. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor. And during your presentation, you mentioned that 30 years later, the median age of the Korean population would be in the 60s. So the government services, Government 24 services that we heard in the first presentation will not only have to be inclusive for senior citizens, but seniors will actually be at the center of it all. And also, developing and providing services will have to have the right attitude in mind for the services to be ultimately satisfactory to the users. Thank you for the enlightening presentation.
Next, we would like to invite a panel for discussion. So based on the two presentations that we have just heard, we would like to discuss the future direction of UI and UX. We hope that it will be a constructive dialogue to share precious opinions. As the moderator, I would like to take this opportunity to briefly summarize what we have heard through the two presentations so that against the backdrop of this summary, we can continue our dialogue. First, we heard from Vice President Oh Gang-tak, and he talked about the user-centered UX and UI design, and he talked about how the government services should be designed in the future. Well, I am also working on innovating services as a part of the Government Advisory Board, and next generation services, AI assistant services, and digital ID card services. These are just some of the services that are enabling Korea to become #1 in the world. All of the advisory that was provided for these services boiled down to a single keyword, that is user experience. As we have heard from Vice President Oh, such user experience was based on design and style in the past, but now we go beyond that. We think about how to reduce the time it takes for the users to receive relevant services. And so we believe that UX is developing to find more fundamental solutions. And there could be various solutions, but at the core is analyzing data. And based on such analytics, improvements are being made. And through the second presentation,
as Professor Lee mentioned, there are, of all the users, there are those with disabilities, those who are elderly, the socially vulnerable, digitally vulnerable, how we can be thoughtful for them and how we can design the services in a very detailed level to serve those needs. So based on the data that we were presented, we were able to take a close look at these issues, and I'm sure that this will be a very important turning point to be reflected into the government services. In the private sector areas, these services are already reflected, but in government services, I don't think these factors have been taken into account. But I hope that through the presentations from the public sector as well, I hope that a demand side data will be better reflected in the design for better services that can really mark a paradigm shift in service delivery from access, exploration, data usage, and analysis. I think that you touched on some very good examples, and as a Korean citizen, I'm very excited for this service, and I ask you for your greater endeavors to this end. In the second presentation in particular, again, the socially vulnerable, how we can be more thoughtful for those marginalized groups, and how the inclusive digital innovation, the key word of this session, can be fully accounted for. Recently, in front of a fast food chain, people who had a hard time making their orders was made into a video, and I'm sure that all of you saw the video. It was a huge hit. So, and in addition, there's the COVID-19, and we have no choice but to provide more non-face-to-face services. So in this sense, how can we be more thoughtful for senior citizens to make the services more usable and easy to use and even emotionally more satisfactory? How, of course, designing a good UX for seniors will be very important. And in the physical aspect, I think this is already well reflected into inclusive and universal design to make improvements in the physical environment. But in terms of digital services, we need to do more, and there's great room for improvement. So from that starting point, all the efforts by Samsung and all the private sector presents us with good reference points, and problem setting is most important, like you said. So that's a very good reference point for us to all learn from. Government services, in this same perspective, I think should take into account senior citizens as the core users. So not only thoughtful but essential user processes design should be well built, and how to reflect all your points into the actual services would be key.
So we heard two excellent presentations, and now we will go to our panel for their opinions. First, we will be inviting, I don't know if you had time to take a breath, but as you are with Samsung and as you are teaching students, I believe that you probably had various perspectives about government services. So Professor Lee, would you like to speak?
Yes, Vice President Oh, thank you for your presentation. And listening to the presentation, and I already said in my presentation that the government is already looking at very systematic and even the small details of the current services to make further improvements. And I was able to learn all the endeavors taking place. And as a Korean citizen, that was a very reassuring presentation. And as someone working in the same field, and like I mentioned in my presentation, how the users are using the services need to be examined continuously to make further improvements. And from that sense, I think your presentation was very encouraging. And being a part of similar projects, as for initial cost of building the system, everyone agrees that of the need of the cost, but maintaining or improving existing systems and services, sometimes there are projects where the view differs. So sometimes when you build a home and in time the home turns old and dilapidated, but thank you for keeping in mind the need to maintain and improve existing services. And to make improvement, we must conduct various surveys and based on the outcome, look at the direction and make the right judgment of where we should head. And the judgment should not be based on temporary basis, but you need to have a clear basis for your judgment where you base the survey itself on. And depending on the outcome, you can think of ways to improve the system. But based on my experience, I can say that it depends on, there are different indicators used for different cultures. For instance, if there are 4 drawers, when you say open the second drawer, each culture, people depending on their culture would open different drawers. So even these simple ideas are perceived in different manners. So how you set the standard and what the standard should be is, I think, in a way, the most important. In particular, when you use data to understand how users use the systems and services, the survey on actual usage pattern and how you can use and interpret the outcome of such surveys should be important in terms of better calibrating your system to fit the needs of the users. But this is, of course, not easy to do. It can be very complex. And it's not easy to set the standard first before conducting the survey. And even if you think that there are good standards in place, that may turn out not so. So different UX principles and standards are, I think, used depending on what the system is. But again, computer, internet, mobile age is over. Now we're moving into AI and voice recognition. So HCI theories of the past, where the system simply delivers on the demand of the user in devices and machines, have already been well proven So they are, in theory, correct, but in reality, they are not always fully implemented or realized or included. So the current machine and device environment needs a new fitting standard, and I think that the government should take the lead in setting such a standard so that even the same data could be interpreted and evaluated in different ways, and open up a whole new pool of wisdom. Thank you very much.
Perhaps, as you have just mentioned, the standard for government services should be established. And if we establish a standard, perhaps it could become a global standard. Let's take a deep dive into this topic of UI UX, because we have with us Ms. Lee Seung-hee, who is a well-known expert in this area. We have heard from Vice President Oh, thank you for that presentation. Having a data-driven UI UX improvement is quite inspiring. The e-government of Korea is well recognized around the world, and it seems that every day I am experiencing how great it is as a citizen. Recently, I moved for the first time in 15 years, and I moved from Seoul to Gyeonggi province. And in that process, I experienced the administrative services that can be provided through the e-government platform. And it was very different from the experience I had 15 years ago during my last move. And so I was quite proud to see these improvements. We could see the convenience of the UI UX in government services. And I was very grateful to the efforts that have been made for UI UX improvements. In your presentation, you talked about how we need to do data analytics to streamline searches and to change the menus and also to change the login processes. All of those improvements are based on data analytics. That actually is a way to reduce hurdles for UI and UX. And by utilizing the data analytics results, you could see that there was a redesigning of the menu on the main page, and all of those efforts are leading to the improvements of the user workflow, and it's a great example of how data analytics can be very helpful. In particular, when we have improvements based on data analytics, in private companies, we have very agile workflows of having real-time tests and improvements in real times as well. And these improvements are based on the data analytics of those who are already users of our website, in particular users with a specific purpose. And so it was very meaningful to see this type of data analytics. But if we were to take that a step further, in the future, we can also consider those who cannot access the website at all. We talked about the seniors in the second presentation. So there are groups within the population that are not able to access these websites at all. So we need to think about universal access, how to enable such universal access through our available technologies. According to a survey by Korea Gallup, in 2021, 95% of those who are older than the age of 18 are using smartphones. And so local governments are also developing their own apps to provide public services to the local citizens. So we can see a trend of increasing services through these local government apps. So this actually is an expansion of the PC-based services towards mobile platform-based services. And I think it's high time that we make this shift. In particular, when we actually do make this shift, we need to make sure that we move away from the design that we had in the PC-based services and come up with destructive designs that are inclusive and innovative so that we could have expanded services through these mobile platform-based app services. For mobile apps, that actually can take into consideration various factors such as location and preference of the users, and timely services can be provided based on these available information. And so I believe that they have an advantage in terms of sustainability. When we analyze the users for improving UX and UI, and also to provide better services for the everyday lives of the citizens, it will translate into experiencing digital transformation in our everyday life. And it will certainly be a way to support that digital transformation through the services provided by gov.kr. Thank you very much for your remarks. In particular, thank you for sharing with us the direction for mobile-based services and also about the sustainability and real-time provision of services.
Data-based UX UI analysis would involve data, technologies, AI, and ultimately how to combine that into UX and UI. And that is actually the area of expertise of Professor Kim. Your comments, please? Well, first of all, evaluating UX based on data is not easy. I would like to thank Vice President Oh for your presentation. Data-based UX evaluation is a request that I often get, and the problem is what kind of data we will be using and whether the data is stored. So what is a good data? And we need to collect meaningful data. And defining what is meaningful data is important. And without a clear definition, even you may end up wasting a lot of time and effort for useless data. So large companies, I think, are doing a good job at collecting the right data, but when they want to analyze their data, they find later that they do not have the right data that they need. And they ask themselves why. And the way we used to store data was at the end of completing the data when the transaction was complete. But as you heard earlier, when we use data for UX, we track all the clicks and all the movement of the mouse, and all the behavior and usage pattern is stored. So this is an unprecedented infrastructure of data. So if you store all data, can we do a good analysis for UX? Then we should store up all the data. Well, that's not so simple. To develop good services, you heard about the previous methodologies that involved different stakeholders. And I think it's all about engaging in good communication among stakeholders. The developers and analysts together sit down and develop a project. But data-based UX evaluation would mean listening to the users' voices, the analysts' voices, and also the developers. So we need much more active and interactive dialogue and communication. After pulling all the data together and just dumping all the data onto the analyst is usually what's done, but the data analysts try to analyze the data but find that they don't have the right set of data and they do not understand why they need to analyze the data. So for data-based UX to be successful, different stakeholders must engage in good and healthy and active communication. This is very important. And on the other hand, we often say value of data, but what's difficult to find is that just analyzing the data and is really more about guessing and interpreting. And when we combine this with personal data, we can get a much clearer picture. But the moment we do so, of course, there are issues of privacy. And so when we utilize data, map or comprehensive tools would be important, but using data is being able to deep dive into personal levels. So that is a challenge we must all contemplate. Yes, you also touched on very in-depth sides of data as well. So we heard from the three panelists, real-time, mobile, personal, importance of privacy and data quality. So naturally moving on to the second topic and also different comments as well. May I ask Mr. Oh to touch upon the senior citizens issue, and also based on what you heard, I'm sure you're all aware of all the issues raised, such as data policies, and if you can give us a more comprehensive overview comment.
Well, about 7 to 8 years ago, perhaps 10 years ago, this is an issue that I raised with my team. If we are to plan, design, and develop e-government services, we need to focus on the changes of the users. So the internet has already become a part of our everyday lives, and the generation that was born after the internet became a part of our everyday lives are now becoming the users of the e-government services. And Professor Lim talked about the in-between generation. Those in their 40s and 50s are now quickly becoming included in the senior group. And so we need to have a detailed observation of the user groups. And according to those observations, we need to design our e-government services. I think we were not able to see these observations through, but we currently have rapid changes due to COVID-19 as well as demographic changes. And so in designing these services, we need to take these factors into consideration. Rather than making specific comments, I would like to mention that as someone in the public sector, I wish to mention that when we receive ideas from policies and recommendations, ideas can come from platforms like today. To mention just a key words that I can reflect upon, UI and UX is a necessity, especially in the post-COVID-19 era. We also need to take a look at strong governance, and so we need to have Chief of Experience Officer, or CXO. Whenever I see the system of gov.kr, this word always comes into mind, and someone else already mentioned this word. We believe that this is a platform that needs to be considerate but disciplined. Gov.20kr in the beginning started as a site to issue various documents, and then we also had a site for information, and we also had a site related to government subsidies. And so there were various services that were included into this one gateway called gov.kr. And so that actually was designed to provide better access, which meant that access became quite complicated. And so we need to be considerate but disciplined. And that really is a philosophy that we need to hold on to. From the view of IT experts, we monitor the attitudes and behaviors of users, but at the same time, we also need to take a look at the behavior of systems. Added to that, when we deal with the issues of UI and UX, it's not about having occasional monitoring, But as other members of this panel has mentioned, we need continuous communication among stakeholders. It is the CI/CD concept on cloud. So we need continuous monitoring and improvements because this is a digital service. Added to that, we need to take into consideration the limitations of human capabilities, which then will translate into a systematic monitoring regime. And so from what Professor Kim has mentioned, we have to think about how to gather high-quality information and then think about how to analyze this data and utilize the data. And so I believe that the DevOps concept will enable us to provide sustainable experiences and improvement in the total user experience. In short, I believe that today's dialogue was a great opportunity for insights. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your remarks. So we have had great ideas. And so from Professor Kim, concerning the seniors, what are some of your ideas?
Well, when you think of e-government services, I think that we're playing a very in a uneven playing field. The target user groups were in mind when we provide services in the private sector, but e-government must include all users, and the most challenging part would be the digitally marginalized. Recently, I read a survey about home tax and e-government services. 50+ population still prefer to physically visit the administrative buildings. So we cannot reverse the trend of digitalization, but for those populations that still want a physical face-to-face services, when they hear that all the services are only provided online, they will be depressed and frustrated. So in digital transformation, the most important factor would be for us to achieve our purpose. So we need to think about the hybrid format of services, both online and offline, and the way we access the digitally marginalized groups. For Korea and for Singapore and many other countries, education and hands-on experience is the focus of training. Online payment or internet online shopping is assisted for these older citizens, but I think that a more active service is provided will be needed. For Singapore, they provide silver phones, or they provide customized applications for seniors that provide the essential services. We can have a huge open tech day, or we can be more active to include all the digitally marginalized population into our digital services. And lastly, when I first thought about the UX and the accessibility, in 1998, the US already had an executive order to make sure that all federal governments should be provided on an equally for those with disabilities and for seniors. And I was quite shocked at how they go out of their league to provide equal services. So now the citizens will be taking up a larger portion of our population going forward. So we need to make sure that we take active consideration for this part of the population. So when we think of digital services, of course, legislative and institutional side would be very important. Thank you for making that comment. And regarding seniors, I think one of the people with most experience would be Ms. Lee Sung-hae. Could you speak from your experience?
Well, this year alone, we have conducted a project with Social Security centers and also utilizing kiosks. And so concerning these issues, we had an idea workshop with senior groups. And so Professor Lee's presentation was something that I can certainly relate to. Within your presentation, you mentioned the behavior of the seniors as users as well as the behavior systems. And so as one element of UX design, we have to think about system activities. And so concentrating on this aspect will, in the future, facilitate improvements in UX design for the seniors. In reality, when we think about system activities, the group of seniors is quite heterogeneous, and their language and action are very different and complicated, and it's quite unpredictable. And so, when seniors approach the system, there could be a gap between their approach and the system activity. And so in order to reduce that gap, we will need to gather immense amounts of data. And that effort to gather data is important. That will actually help with the threshold. If we take into consideration the current available technologies, such as recommendation algorithms or learning algorithms or other AI-related technologies, I believe that they should be actively considered for these systems. If we take a look at care robots for the seniors, we already have these services commercially available. And so I believe that these robots could be helpful in gathering information about the behavior and pattern of the seniors. And so we will need to consider AI-based systems. When I actually visited Social Security centers, the people working there have mentioned that the seniors are adjusting to the digital platforms because they had no other choice. Many of the programs that the centers had conducted are now on the Zoom platform and other virtual platforms, and they have seen that participation was much higher than expected. And when we conduct idea workshops, as other people have mentioned, there is great stress surrounding kiosks, especially for restaurants or hospitals. The seniors are quite stressed by kiosks. But for local governments, they sometimes have kiosks that the seniors can use to learn through simulations, and the seniors, they actually want to learn through the available simulation programs so that they will not be a burden on others, and so they want more opportunities to learn. So as a UX expert, it was quite heartbreaking. This is all because we are not designing UIs and UXs that are suitable for our users. We have been talking about UI and UX for the last 26 years, and so I can see that we need to make more efforts for the seniors. Related to AI, whether it be behavior data or voice, the Amazon Echo speaker, they actually created a dialogue model and then applied the deep learning technology. So as Professor Lee has mentioned in his presentation, which I related to, we should not be designing based on our predictions of the statements made by the seniors. We need to be aware of how complex and heterogeneous their speech and behavior is. So we need to gather the related information and data, especially for government services. Whether it be behavior or enunciation, of the seniors. Well, AI speakers, they sometimes are not able to understand seniors or even me, but they certainly understand our children much better. And so we need to improve the technologies for voice recognition and find relevant solutions. This is something that the private sector is also working on, but whether through private-public partnership, the government should certainly make an effort on this front. As we can predict, perhaps half of our population will become of senior age in the near future. So we need to take this into consideration for future designs. Thank you very much. As we hear from Ms. Lee, it seems that we need to have government services that are provided via voice, and that would be a great future that we can picture. We have heard from experts across the board, and I look forward to the e-government providing innovative services. Yes, Vice President Oh, do you have an additional statement? Well, I think I would regret not saying this, so I want to just make one statement. We are here to talk about digital government service available to anyone. This includes seniors, and many people talked about approachability by seniors. So whether we have dialogue-based services or metaverse, which is called the third internet these days, these could be some alternatives that we can consider. But the fundamental aspect of this issue is not just limited to technology. The issue of approach is something that we need to consider, including the points that we have considered for O2O in the past. Professor Lee talked about how the best UI/UX is the UI/UX that we do not need to consider. So you gave us the example of music where there was a breakthrough and we just have a single-step UI/UX for music. Well, that would be the answer for the government as well. But for the government, we cannot think about the interface alone. In order for that type of interface to be available, we have to think about the data sharing platform, and so we need to think about the back end as well. So we need to have fundamental changes in the operation of the back end amongst government entities. And so the UI and UX should not be just about the actual expression on the main page, but we have to also consider the innovation of data and process on the back end. That would be the only way to achieve true UI/UX innovation. That is the perception that we have for future strategies.
Yes, thank you for the comment. And as you just said, for innovative user-centric UI/UX, we need more help. And the hard work of public officials, the organizations, process entities, all need to work together under the single commitment to work and better serve the citizens. Thank you, panelists, for your valuable insights. And I ask you for your continued interest for the development and innovation of government digital services. I ask you for your insights and comments. And as our Vice President Oh has said earlier, on December 13th, President Biden of the U.S. declared 36 points of improvement for digital government services, and he signed into the executive order. So in that sense, digital services in Korea is maybe a step ahead of that of the U.S. And at the same time, while in the U.S., this challenge is phrased as typist. There is enormous amount of time and budget that go in, and there is a large group that is marginalized from those services. Korea's digital government, I think, can surmount the challenges and lead the way globally. Not only in Korea, but around the world. I think this will be a very key task going forward and an important matter. I hope that we can all together work towards a next generation government services innovation. And with that, I would like to conclude the session on digital government service available to anyone. I'd like to thank all panelists and participants. Thank you.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 이거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
낡은 신념을 같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together we'll be able to build the kind of government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 이거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
디지털이란 말은 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
알걸 신현물같이 다 보여주는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world listening to us. I would really like to welcome to this panel session of the OGP Summit on ethics in the digital age, from data and tools to processes and people. I think we can all recognize and admit that the digital transformation of our governments, economies, and societies has really brought to light very important ethical issues. However, we also see that oftentimes discussing about ethical issues is very much focused around technology. So we really discuss, for example, what's the capacity of governments to use AI in an ethical manner, to use, manage, and share data in an ethical manner. These are very important key questions that concern the ethical capacity of governments to demonstrate they can be trustworthy in the digital age. However, I would like today to challenge a little bit these reflections and start thinking to what extent there are other side implications for ethical concerns in the digital age that we should take into consideration. For example, how can we treat issues around digital literacy when it comes to delivering results in a digital age that are more ethical and providing opportunities to all? Can we think about collectives as an opportunity to balance the power of individuals in the context of the digital age? How can public and private collaborations around the use of AI and around the use of data, for example, help the public sector implement digital strategies in a way that is more ethical and inclusive? The OECD has been trying to broaden our view and understanding on what does it mean having an ethical approach in the digital age through, for example, the adoption of the good practice principles on data ethics in the public sector that were adopted in 2021, through the adoption of the OECD recommendation on enhanced access and sharing to data that was adopted by the Council in September of 2021. And we are now working towards the development of good practice principles on the use of AI through public and GovTech collaborations in the digital age. We will be reflecting around these questions in the next hour or so, and I'm very delighted to have 4 distinguished panelists who will join this conversation, who represent Korea, the United Kingdom, including Scotland, and the Open Data Institute. And before doing so, we would like to announce the launching of a poll, because we would like this session to be as interactive as possible and engage the audience, even if we're all connected remotely today and we can't be present in the same location. And the poll that will be run by the organizers can be accessed through the website www.slido.com, entering the code 457457, or also on the page of the OGP Summit. But without further delay, I would like now to leave the floor to the first panelist, Natalia Domagala, who's the head of Data Ethics, Central Digital and Data Office at the Cabinet Office in the United Kingdom, to share with us a little bit of thoughts around what does it mean addressing ethical concerns in the digital age. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and thank you for having me. Welcome, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. So, digital technologies impact nearly every facet of life in today's society, from social media feeds to government decision-making, as we all know very well. And the significance of these impacts to the people who are subject to them raises various ethical questions. And these are questions not only about how technology is used, but also about the very decision to adopt digital solutions, especially in the public sector decision-making and service delivery. And although digital transformation offers unprecedented opportunities to public sector organizations, it can enhance the quality of services, it can foster evidence-informed policy decisions. This process also presents challenges to the government's commitment to fairness, transparency, and accountability. And we see this, for example, when data-driven technologies are used to help make decisions about service eligibility in a way that leaves applicants unsure about how and why a certain government decision was reached. And these challenges have driven the rise of digital ethics as a field of interest to public sectors globally. And we've seen this through the work of various organizations, including the fantastic work done at the OECD. And in recent years, individual governments have sought to address those ethical issues related to the development and use of data and digital technologies. And this has been through a set of different policies, guidance, and frameworks. And in the UK, we have a number of tools to ensure the highest ethical standards in policymaking and service delivery. For instance, the Open Government Playbook, it helps government officials improve transparency, accountability, and public participation of their policy process. We also have a data ethics framework and the guide to using AI in the public sector that are here to ensure that the responsible deployment and use of data-driven technologies. And data is at the very heart of digital transformation of the public sector. And this is precisely why we can't talk about digital ethics without considering the ethics of data collection, sharing, and use. And the aim of data and digital ethics more broadly is to promote responsible and sustainable use of data and digital technologies for the benefit of people and society. And I would now like to move on to discuss some of the challenges that we are facing when trying to implement data and digital ethics in the public sector. So the first one is that currently there is a lack of enforcement of various data ethics tools, principles, and guidelines. Usually those frameworks and principles operate on a voluntary basis. There is often a lack of accountability and no concrete consequences that follow a failure to adhere to them. And to address that, embedding data and digital ethics in all government processes is key. And in the UK, we are working with other teams across government to embed our data ethics framework and all the other tools that I mentioned earlier in various data governance and digital governance arrangements, standards, strategies, and procurement processes. And we also need to make sure that any digital and data ethical frameworks and guides are disseminated not just through official channels, but also through informal networks that we have across the organization. The second challenge is that the landscape of data and digital ethics is extremely saturated. There is a variety of national, international, public, private data and AI ethical guidelines available. And this might decrease the engagement with ethical guidance due to the inability to locate the most appropriate one, even within the public sector. And for example, as reported by the Committee on Standards in Public Life in 2020, there were over 70 AI ethics codes just in the UK. And if we scale this up globally, the number becomes much higher. And this creates a number of issues. It can create inconsistency, it can create confusion, it can put pressure on various actors working in this space to produce their own guidelines and focus on that rather than the implementation. And I think our job as data and digital ethics policymakers and practitioners is to collate, standardize, and transpose all these various existing ethical frameworks and standards into a meaningful overarching approach. And this is also what we have been trying to do in the UK, but I can tell you more about that in the Q&A section. The next challenge I would like to touch on is the lack of skills, awareness, and diversity in the field of digital ethics. And this is absolutely key because designing and implementing all those data and digital ethics strategies requires specialist skills and knowledge. And currently, there is insufficient awareness of ethical implications of the use of data in the mainstream. And there is a need for additional training for data specialists to make sure that data ethics and digital ethics is an essential part of that. The wider lack of diversity in the field also manifests itself through various inequalities in the workplace, industry, and academia, disparities in hiring, and can result in data and digital projects that reflect and amplify existing biases. And again, in order to address that in the UK, we've recently introduced designated data ethicist role for our data and technology professional capability framework. And we've looked at various skills that differ quite dramatically from traditional data science skills. And we wanted to make sure that we are able to address the most diverse pool of candidates when hiring for data ethics and digital ethics roles. And the fourth and final challenge I would like to touch on today is monitoring and evaluation of digital ethics initiatives and tools. There are currently no long-term performance indicators for those tools. And due to the nature of the field, it's extremely challenging to measure the impact of the implementation of various digital ethics products and initiatives. And this is something that we are also currently trying to address in the UK. And this process will include testing various methodologies. And I think I'd be very keen to hear from other panelists as well how they think we should approach that issue. But what's very crucial for me personally is that we need to establish feedback loops, and we need to establish a dialogue with users of our digital ethics products and also the general public, who are ultimately at the very end of any policy initiative that we have. So as you can see, as I was describing those challenges, I've also identified quite a few opportunities that we have. So embedding data ethics in the public sector, in all the possible public sector processes and projects. Secondly, collating, standardizing, and transposing the overarching ethical values or guides into a coherent narrative that can be helpful for people using those tools on a practical level. Also addressing the lack of skills through designated positions focused on data ethics and designated training. That's another huge opportunity that I think we should look at. And then finally, working together, especially on the global scale, in order to establish metrics for monitoring and evaluation of data ethics tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Natalia. I think you touched upon very key important issues, including the proliferation of data ethics frameworks and tools and principles across sectors, the need to focus on enforcement once they are adopted, the need of skills, and the need of monitoring. And we'll come back to several of them, I am sure, in the next hour. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Dong-Ok Lee, who is the head of the Bureau of Government Service Integration in the Ministry of the Interior and Safety in Korea. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Barbara. Hello, my name is Dong-Ok Lee, the head of the Bureau of Government Service Integration in Korean government. I am fully responsible for gov.kr, gov.kr, which is the main portal, web and app service of Korean e-government. It's my honor to share my experience and practice of gov.kr with the respectable moderator and panels and online participants at the OECD session of 2021 OGP. My topic is what should be considered regarding ethics in government digital service. Before presenting the example of gov.kr, I'd like to briefly look around what is digital ethics being regulated by law or ethics, and finally, the practice of gov.kr related to digital ethics. So with the internet, digital ethics is often considered as cyber etiquette. For example, preventing verbal abuse, online bullying, digital discrimination, or fake photos and videos. Recently, the advent of development of AI or data technology, digital ethics is getting further discussed and deeper discussed at the issue of misuse of technology, data bias, algorithm discrimination, and invasion of privacy surrounding AI and data. In this situation, what should be digital ethics of e-government? Because the government is the service provider as well as a policy maker and implementer. Digital ethics should not be staying as cyber etiquette or being only related to AI or data. It should be considered as part of ethics of government generally and broadly. So digital ethics of e-government includes a variety of discussion on ethics. So definitely more than 1+2. All kinds of issues on digital ethics of e-government are related to legal aspect. Government service should observe the law that contains some ethics in the public sector. In Korea, we have the Framework Act on Intelligent Informatization, which has some articles regarding digital ethics. Now I'm introducing this act briefly. Under the ethical principles of dignity and value of humans and public needs, accountability, control, and transparency in intelligent information, technology and services. The article of the Act that government should prevent harm to users' lives, bodies, honor, and property, and deliver rapid and fair remedy for users' complaint and damage are also related to digital ethics. Because e-government is kind of a government service, so it should be also keep the law of government service and delivery. For example, as seen in Civil Petitions Treatment Act and Electronic Government Act of Korean government, government services should be expeditious and fair, kind, and lawful with easy and convenient access, and in favor of digital minority. As a result, gov.kr should satisfy all legal issues on e-government service and minimum, and then it can be complemented by ethical issues that law may be missing. Now, let's turn to the practice of gov.kr regarding digital ethics. You may know this film. I, Daniel Blake, awarded the grand prize at 2016 Cannes Film Festival France. If so, please remind yourself of the scene that Daniel cannot use a PC for his employment allowance, even moving a mouse onto the monitor. This is an example of digital divide or digital minority. Including this kind of matter, gov.kr has a strong guideline of its service, which can be shape of digital ethics. Firstly, strict restriction and punishment on criminal activities around gov.kr, like illegal or malicious comment. Secondly, gov.kr is very much neutral on sex, race, and religion. For example, its UI, UX, including words, expression, icons, colors, process, procedures, service speed, delivery measures are all thoroughly reviewed in accordance with the law. Finally, gov.kr has many inclusive service ways for digital or social minority. Something like that, font adjustment and audio service for the impaired is just beginning. We, Korean government or gov.kr, generally prepare offline services paralleled with online service of gov.kr. Therefore, many digital services are served at local community centers, and some online services are even more co-designed with visiting services to customers' residence or shelters, like Grant 24 with visiting beneficiary at home. Thank you for your listening. I'll talk to you later for more discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for, first of all, having brought to the table some of the ethical concerns linked to services in the digital age. And second, also for having mentioned another important keyword, which is regulations. We'll come back to that, but in the reflection of some of the tools that we can put on the table to address some of the challenges, Natalia already started talking about some of them, like around skills, for example. You have put on the table the question around regulations, how they can help or not. We'll come back to these to see what kind of actions we can take to address the challenges. So thank you very much also for having reminded us of a very interesting movie that I watched with a lot of interest a few years ago, and that is still very actual and important on its content. Now I'd like to leave the floor to Mr. Albert King, who is the Chief Data Officer in the Digital Directorate of the Scottish Government in the United Kingdom. Mr. King, the floor is yours to share your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. So hopefully you can see some slides that I'm sharing.
Yes, very well. We could now yes, perfect.
Outstanding. So yeah, thank you, Barbara. I'm Albert King. I'm Chief Data Officer for Scotland. So that means that I lead the Scottish Government's Data Division, which is our centre of excellence for data in Scotland in government. And we're responsible for policy on data, but also for providing technology and expertise to support data innovation in our public sector. And I'm going to talk today about our AI strategy and how we're working with the GovTech industry in particular to turn our strategic vision into reality, and particularly in the context of some of the issues obviously that we're discussing today around ethics. So just to give a little bit of context, the Scottish Government is the devolved government of Scotland, and our responsibilities span education, health, justice, transport, housing, the environment, and more besides. And our national performance framework, which you see illustrated there, is aligned to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and provides our purpose and the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve as a government. And our vision for data is that it should contribute to helping us to achieve those national performance framework outcomes, and that we see it being used systematically to save time, money, and lives. And in that context, we are investing in strengthening our innovation ecosystem, as well as our digital infrastructure, with data being positioned as a pillar of our vision of Scotland as a digital nation. The development of our AI strategy was a commitment in our programme for government in 2019. And within that context, it is all about how we adopt artificial intelligence and data-driven technologies, particularly in our public services, but in our society and our economy more generally. The development of the strategy reflected the very keen interest shown in debates in the Scottish Parliament on artificial intelligence, and that we should put people at the heart of how we developed the strategy. The process was overseen by our Cabinet Secretary for Finance, who chaired a steering group that brought together perspectives from across Scottish society very broadly, from industry, academia, the public sector, civil society and the third sector in Scotland. And we also carried out very extensive public engagement and consultation, as well as developing expert working groups on themes such as ethics, data, skills and technology. And as you can imagine, these also interconnected a great deal. I'm pleased to say that there was a very high level of public interest and also a clear sense across society that AI offers great opportunities, but also presents risks. And so there was a very clear call for leadership on how we adopt these technologies in ways which are ethical and trustworthy. And so our strategy commits us to a vision that Scotland becomes a leader in the development and use of trustworthy, ethical and inclusive AI. Doing that in ways that makes us a fairer, greener and more prosperous nation, but also recognising that many of these, as today's conversation illustrates, are shared challenges, and so committing us to engage with others to both share our thinking and to learn. And just picking up on a point that Natalia made earlier, we were very keen that we didn't add that very rich landscape of frameworks, principles, and so we adopted the OECD's excellent principles for responsible and trustworthy AI, and also UNICEF's policy guidance on children, on AI for children. Now, a key focus of our strategy is actually how we move them from these principles and frameworks and see them become part of practice, and engagement with the public as well, being part of a routine aspect of the way we do this work. And so we recognise the need to work with others to achieve that. And so we established Scotland's AI Alliance that brings together the leadership and the delivery, as well as carrying forward that strong element of community and public engagement that we saw in the development of the strategy. And that reflects our belief that public trust is actually a key enabler, and indeed a key measure of how successful we're being in this space. Confident adoption of AI in our public services and society hinges on us both earning and continuing to invest in sustaining public trust. And that builds on the success that we've had to date, and that we certainly don't take for granted in how we use data in the public sector in Scotland. Now, there's lots more I could say about our AI strategy, and please do take a look. It's a fantastic document, of course, but I wanted to focus today on one particular aspect, which is that one I mentioned earlier about how we close the gap between our frameworks and principles and vision and the way that these technologies are actually adopted. And in that context, we're working in partnership with our CivTech initiative to address some of these challenges. Now, CivTech is a program whose mission is to drive daring and innovation in the public sector by collaboratively solving challenges to make people's lives better. And in doing so, actually to create generations of sustainable, high growth and potential businesses as well. And it does that by enabling public sector organizations to engage with the nation's innovation heartland more effectively, and in doing so to develop even better products and services that deliver benefits and efficiencies across the board. So, for example, we are working with companies to make our data far more discoverable in order to support transparency and drive the use of that data for AI. Also to develop more explainable and accountable approaches to AI so that there is a clear lineage of decision making and understanding of how AI might have influenced decisions. And to give citizens greater agency over how AI and algorithms are used by the public sector. And I should say that that builds on the great work that Natalia talked to us about that Cabinet Office are doing. And a key feature of that work is how we can routinely engage citizens in looking at the kinds of applications that we are developing and considering deploying. A lot of this work is aligned to our focus on children's rights, so young people initially as well. And so we're developing further engagement in parallel with this through the Scottish Parliament. And as I said earlier, it's really clear that our strategy should be practical and tangible, and it should close the gap between principles and practice. And GovTech then is helping us to do that in key areas and will contribute to our AI playbook. And Scotland's AI playbook is going to bring together all of these practical approaches and will be launched in March 2022. So thank you very much for listening. There's a couple of links on the slide there, including one to the CivTech Alliance, which is a worldwide network actually of organizations that are operating in this space to bring together industry and GovTech to collaborate on solving challenges. So please do have a look if you want to find out more. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you very much, Albert. I think some very key points around, let's say, complementary strategies around, for example, data innovation, AI, but also the whole role of communities, the CivTech community, the GovTech community that you mentioned. So we'll come back to this idea of how to foster collaborations which can help the public sector also to be more ethical in the use of data and AI. It's key. Now, last but not least, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Olivier Theroux, who's the Head of Research and Development in the Open Data Institute in the UK. Olivier, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Barbara, and hello, good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Very, very happy to be here. My reflections will echo a lot of what our previous panelists mentioned. The ODI is a non-profit based in the UK, and we're in the privileged position of working with both companies and governments to build this open, trustworthy data ecosystem. And in our work, I have, with my team, been able to research the perspectives, the practice, the attitudes towards data and digital ethics. And I come to you today with 3 challenges to digital ethics. The first one is that we need data ethics and digital ethics more broadly. Some of the research we conducted since 2018 shows that while in the UK, for instance, nearly 9 in 10 people surveyed think it's really important or important for organizations to use personal data ethically, most are unconvinced that they will be used ethically. And in the context of today's event, only 30% of those we surveyed trust central government to actually do so. So we have this need, we have this this desire and this demand for the general public that data be collected, used, and shared ethically. And it's really important because this lack of trust is a barrier to the sharing or the collection of data, which means that people are actually staying out of or not trusting the use of data for the creation of public services, for decisions on policy, which are all extremely important to our public life. So that's our first challenge. We need the data ethics to enable better services, better policies. The second challenge is that the implementation, or at least the state of digital ethics at the moment is relatively immature, and that is because we, as general practitioners of data and AI more broadly, and digital transformation, have been looking to solutions that are spot solutions. So, for instance, we have been seeing quite a lot of organizations think of data and digital ethics as something that can be solved with either principles, enforced set of rules, or checkbox exercises, which are all useful in and of themselves. Principles can be extremely important as a way to communicate and also to mobilize towards data ethics. But unfortunately, as we know, and as Natalia was pointing, there is a proliferation of principles, and we also know that principles without practice runs the risks of ended up as basically being ethics theater. We are going to do things, but we are not actually doing things. And the putting it in practice, as Albert was saying, is really where we need to put our efforts. Rules-based approach to ethics is also important. You know, we can codify the good practices, good ethical practices into laws, into regulations, into rules. The problem, of course, is that it is a blunt tool which cannot cover all cases and contexts. In the research that we've conducted, we know that there are some very nuanced contexts and very nuanced perspectives towards data ethics. For instance, in the research that we run, we saw that there were very big discrepancies generationally between young people who were quite happy for behavioral data to be collected about them in exchange for personalized public services, whereas slightly older population, those over 55, a fifth of them did not want to share any data to receive a personalized service. So we know, for instance, that there are some nuances, and a blunt tool such as "you must do X, Y, Z" is useful but not sufficient. And quite a lot of times, then, organizations go, well, we're going therefore to put it into practice by having a checkbox exercise. Have you done this? Have you done this? Have you done this? Have you done this? And that too can be useful. It is a way to, you know, operationalize at some level the practice of data ethics. But it is sometimes used in a way that is too shallow. And as we know, ethics is the practice of asking the hard questions again and again and again. And if you only ask it once and go, we're done here, then you actually run the risk of getting into a false sense of safety and security and ethical practice, when actually what you need to do is come back to it again and again and again. And that's why at the ODI, and others have done the same, we've been focusing on simple practical tools for teams to look at the question of data ethics on a regular basis, not just at the beginning of a project, for instance, but throughout the lifetime of data collection, sharing, and use. And we're focusing not just in the tool like the Data Ethics Canvas, which we've developed and actually is being used in 60 countries and counting last time we checked. We're not just focusing on the data itself, or indeed on the impact of the use, sharing, and collection of data, although those are obviously the most important facets of a data ethics questioning. But actually, one of the most important things that is often forgotten and that we really push in our dissemination of the data ethics canvas is the engagement with the people and group that are affected by the use, collection, and share of data. And that's something that in this I want to echo what Albert was saying. Engagement with the populations, not just the data subjects, by the way, because our use of data often impacts populations, groups, and people who are not the data subjects themselves. And so figuring out how we engage with the people who are going to be affected positively and negatively is really key to making sure that we have a useful data practice and a data practice that is ethical in ways that really prevents issues down the line. But the last challenge that I will leave you with is we've got something that we've seen a lot in our research, that a gap in adoption. We have champions, and we've got some here around us today, and I'm sure a lot of you in the audience are people who have already adopted this. But our research shows that those champions are often isolated and failing to create impact, and that's because I think an ethical practice of data and digital is something that needs to be adopted and operationalized across all organizations and across all roles. And it really is something, and I will echo something that Natalia was saying, it is a problem of skills, and ethics must be considered as a first-class citizen in a digital literacy approach. If we don't get everyone in organizations to at least understand the importance and the need, and to have some engagement with a data or digital ethics practice, then we will basically have champions who will be making noise, who will make sometimes, the executives and the decision makers happy that ethics is being taken care of, but actually not having the impact, the deep reflection on the impact of our data and digital practice that is needed. And that's why my recommendation typically is to consider data ethics and digital ethics more broadly as a matter of maturity, in the same way as we consider organizations with regards to digital transformation maturity, or indeed open data maturity, which are concepts that we have been working on for the past decade. We need to think about how mature and where on the journey of getting data ethics considered and adopted across the whole of the organizations, how mature we are in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. I liked very much some of your points around the ethics theater, the idea of that ethics is it's the practice of asking hard questions. And definitely, the last point that you made, which is around to what extent we can connect the capacity of dealing with ethics when it comes to the digital age as part of the maturity of the digital transformation of public sectors, which is something that normally we don't think of. When we think about maturity, we think more about the capacity to use digital tools and technology, and not necessarily the capacity on how we use these tools, which includes also ethical concerns. And I'd like to now move to an interactive conversation among ourselves, for which we have about half an hour. So thank you very much to all of you for having kept your interventions to the time that was given to you. And many of you make comments around concepts that are and challenges that are very much interlinked. You spoke about the need to move from having these concepts and principles to the practice. Some of you mentioned the need to enforce them once they are in existence. You spoke about the adoption of these principles and frameworks across the administration. You spoke about the proliferation of many of these across different sectors, the public sector, the civil society, the private sector. And you talked about the need to address all these challenges to make sure that they have an impact, these frameworks and principles once they exist. And it is very interesting because I was in a workshop on data ethics organized by my organization at the end of last week. And these points were also put on a table by some of your colleagues who were participating in the panel. So my question for you is, in addition to what you mentioned in terms of some of the actions we can take to make sure that once these principles are in existence, they're actually enforced across the whole administration, and B, how can we avoid proliferation and actually work together across sectors, how can we try to address this issue in addition to some of the, let's say, different type of ideas that you put on the table? Because I really think that the enforcement, adoption, and avoiding proliferation, it should be a priority at the moment. So starting with Natalia.
Great, thank you very much, Barbara. So I absolutely agree with you. I think the key is encouraging people to meaningfully adopt those tools as an essential part of their working processes. And I think in the way we have been doing that with the data ethics framework is very much through inserting it into most of the public sector approval processes, for example, that teams have to go through, but also through telling people that this isn't just a checkbook exercise. And Olivier touched on that in his intervention, that actually this is one way of doing that. And what we are saying is that data ethics and digital ethics should be a conversation, and tools that we produced are not just for you to look at them and say, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this, we're good to go, but actually to consider this collectively with your team and to ask each other all those difficult questions and think about, okay, so what is the worst that can happen in this particular project, for example? What are all the digital and data ethics challenges that we're not even thinking about? And what does that mean to the public? What does that mean to the users? And I think making sure that those instruments that we have for data ethics and digital ethics are not just a piece of paper that people will go through at the end of their project, but actually embedding them very much in the fabric of how they work. I think that's really key, and also showing the value to them internally. So if people across the government learn that having those conversations and using those data and digital ethics tools help them advance their projects, gives them tools to evaluate their projects, helps them address various challenges that they're facing, they will want to use that as well. And then, of course, the skills part is very key. And I think this is a slightly different point, but related to the skills one, which is having advocates and champions of digital ethics in different parts of government. So having a designated role within the team that looks at that, having someone who's responsible for this, having someone who will go to teams and check on them or be there to help them if they need help. So I think having some of those corporate structures as well would be extremely helpful in advancing ethics and making sure that this isn't just an empty exercise, but actually that there is something meaningful that teams can do together.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, any reflection on this question?
Oh, so I think that is a quite good point to do what? This is, I think, the beginning time of digital ethics, actually, because as I told you before, because usually we just think about how about the verbal abuse, or so, for example, in this smartphone, mobile phone area. So many students or many young people just make something like bullying or online within their friendship. So, but if we think over about the AI or data technology, so this is quite a big issue. So, however, I think that what is actually digital ethics, if you are asked like that, so we cannot easily answer this question. So therefore, probably, so when we talk about the profession, so probably doctors or nurses, so they have their own the peer group assessment, something like that. So therefore, if you are a data profession, if you are a data expert or data employees or in data area or data technology, probably the peership, I think the peer assessment or peer relationship should be considered more strongly. So, for example, rather than just one person's activity or action, like a team or group, your point is quite good, I think. I would like just to adding one more thing to your question, Barbara, if I have time. So, for example, I think this ethical issue on digital technology, including AI or data technology, has lots of kind of, it might make a quite huge adverse effect, because if someone is a victim on a certain data or AI technology, his victim can be further considered, I mean regarded in over the world rather than just in a country. Yeah. So, for example, a certain AI or a data. Or now this is just data technologies to stay within a country. However, we think there are many big giant IT companies, so they have no border between countries. So therefore, when they collect lots of data and then use data over the world without border, if there is some adverse effect, that causes that results in a huge adverse effect rather than just in a certain country over the world. So therefore, I think this is still beginning steps of digital ethics. We talk now, but we need to think about how to deal with this kind of problem over the world rather than just to stay in a country. So these days, so I know so many OECD countries agreed with that Netflix tax. So probably you heard about that kind of thing. So therefore, like that kind of system, if there is some kind of illegal things happens in a certain big data companies, probably that kind of illegal things should be dealt rather than just in a country over the world. So therefore, the world, I mean many countries or the international organizations should focus on this kind of issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, we talk so much about cross-border efforts, and it's very nice how you put on the table that we can also have cross-border victims when improper use of digital technologies like AI or data. Olivier, any reflection on the question?
Yeah, I have two reflections, which may be slightly counterintuitive. The first one is that I am less and less concerned about the multiplication and proliferation, at least in terms of principles. And the reason is that ethics is heavily contextual and cultural. As someone who's had the chance to live and work in and with multiple countries, I know that what is considered ethical varies from place to place. And therefore, and you know, whether you're in a government or a company, you will have a slightly different coalescence of what you consider to be good and ethical, and therefore having your own way of expressing that is not necessarily a bad thing. I think, as we've been saying, we're still, and I really agree with what has just been said, that we're in the beginning of the journey, and therefore I think standards and practices will converge and coalesce, and so it's okay to let it emerge and in a certain multiplicity, at least when principles are concerned. In terms of practice, I think we should push towards a convergence. The other point I wanted to make in terms of how do we make it happen, I think it's a mistake we tend to make a lot when we think about ethics, is that we only consider risks and harms. And when I am talking with people who are trying to operationalize data ethics in their organizations, I very often remind them that it is not just about reducing risks and reducing harms. It's also about understanding, maximizing, and engaging with people about the positive impacts that digitization, new solutions, data and the use of data can create. That's if we think of it not just about reducing harms, but also about understanding the compromises and the positive impacts that can be created, then we're thinking about how we can create trust, how we can get a much more positive engagement with the public about this this work. And so to me, and I'm not criticizing us, because reducing risks and harms is the most important thing. Hippocratic oath is first do no harm, and there's a good reason for that. But we really need to remember to balance this with the creation of positive impacts, and that then creates much more of an easy path for the adoption of data ethics across organizations.
Thank you, very, very clear. And Albert.
Yeah, thanks. Well, first of all, just to echo a little of what Olivier said, because I do think that, whilst there are ethical risks, equally, it's not moral or ethical to have the resources, the data, the technologies to save lives, and to not do that, for example. So, our obligation is to do this well. And so, helping organizations understand that, but also raising public awareness about these technologies and their agency they have, I think can create a climate in which there's an expectation that these sorts of approaches are used, and a culture in which these sorts of approaches are used. I think that's very important. In terms of the tangible things we can do, I think of this as providing infrastructure for ethics, if you like. Probably because I'm from an engineering background, but things like model processes and the frameworks. So, in Scotland, we have our ethics framework and workbook to help people work through these things, but also infrastructure for public engagement. As others have said, ethics is contextual. We need the public to help us think through these issues. And it's not just about cultural norms. Public attitudes around data and AI evolve over time as well. So, that architecture, that infrastructure, if you like, for public engagement is so important, but also, as again others have said, access to the skills to help teams think through these issues, and indeed recognition of people not just complying, I guess, but actually the practice of recognition for the practice of ethics in the way that people are developing and deploying AI solutions. So that's the way we think about it, and we're starting to look at how we build out some of that infrastructure to make this more routine and more part of just normal practice in the way people are thinking about and deploying these kind of solutions.
Thank you very much. I think this is another key point. Two things that you raised, both of you. One, the contextual environment in which even if we are trying to come up with something that internationally can be agreed upon, how do we make sure that it speaks as relevant to the national context and to the individual cultural context? And second, very interestingly, how you mentioned some of these soft elements, the way I would define them, of the broad architecture or infrastructure that in my view is very core also to the data governance conversation. So when we talk about data governance, how can we see the existence of these principles and frameworks or spaces and tools and ways to secure the engagement of the public as part of the broader governance effort, which is not just about having an institutional role responsible for data, for example, but how do we make sure that there are different pieces that come together? And I have a question that now touches upon another point that many of you highlighted, either in terms of public awareness, in terms of public engagement, in terms of trying to change the narrative, as Olivier said, and focus on the positive impacts rather than just always emphasizing so much the risks, and the role of collectives or the role of communities that some of you mentioned, like the Civitech community, the GovTech community, probably are the two that are the most visible in our eyes as we work in the digital space. But any other community or tech community that you can think of that has been very active in your countries, like I remember in relation to the refugee crisis, at a certain point there were refugee tech communities that had emerged to make sure that data and digital tools could help governments address emergency needs in relation to refugees. So my question is, how can we make sure that as we engage in collaborative efforts in line or in relation to managing ethical issues with these different communities, how do we make sure that the engagement is inclusive and that we do not always have around the table the same communities, the same actors within the communities, or that we don't only always have the same individual groups being represented. So how can we really be inclusive in the engagement also through the work with these communities, which I think is essential for having new forms of collaborations. And I'd like to start with Mr. Lee this time.
Yes, that's a quite good point, because we always emphasize the community engagement or people's engagement on government policy or all society problems. I think the data technology or AI, this is quite a professional area. So even though many ordinary people or general people like me probably talking about this issue, I still have no deep information or technological understanding. So therefore, I think rather than just, I think that we need to access to this issue within two approaches. This is my improvisation. So the first thing is, I think generally speaking, we in high levels or the bigger levels, so we may accompany lots of representatives of all society groups. But secondly, more specifically, I think we need to collect some professionals about data technology or AI technologies, because who can watch what's going on in data ethics around AI or data technology? I think probably the most prominent professionals about this issue can talk about this issue also, and then they can also watch peer groups' activities. So therefore, as I indicated before, so I think when doctors usually, I think there is no certain clear answer about this issue, but I think I would like to just mimic the doctors or nurses' ethical approaches, because usually, for example, a doctor does a certain operation, so who can assess his operation is good or bad? Or, for example, a client, for example, is dead. So who can actually call him or her on? I mean the doctor on this accident. So probably the other doctors or other nurses or other professional experts can assess and evaluate, and then they can make a new guidelines about this kind of issues to prevent the same thing happening. So therefore, similarly, I think so. Now we are just this is the beginning of digital ethics, because rather than just a simple internet technology, so our whole world is just going into the deep AI or the data technology. So therefore, in these steps, so we need to collect lots of professional experts, because we should believe not everybody, I think most of this professional expert is a very good person. So therefore, we collect all these kind of professional ideas and then make a good guidelines, and then regularly overview all these kind of issues. So this is a good step, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. I really like this idea that you keep bringing up on the parallelism between, some professions like doctors and nurses, which have clear guidelines and also have clear peers, but also, as you said, there's a concrete evidence on the impact of any negative action undertaken by a doctor or a nurse, which is not ethical or which is not correct or in line with the guidance, because there's evidence if on a life, for example. So how can we learn and transpose, what we see happening in a profession which is so clearly guided, like professions like nurses and doctors, the health sector, and the data-related one, because the impact, I agree with you, can be as negative on people's lives as when a doctor or a nurse takes a wrong decision. Natalia, any reflection on this question?
Yes, thank you, Barbara. So I think the answer to how we can engage a wider range of actors in various digital and data ethics policies is open government. And I'm not saying this just because we are here at the Open Government Partnership Summit, but I genuinely do believe that transparency, participation, and accountability are the only way to develop meaningful data and digital ethics policies and initiatives. And I think we, in the public sector, we are all in our bubbles, our policy bubbles, and especially with digital ethics policies that can have an immense impact on people's lives, I think it's absolutely key that we actually go out to them and ask them what kind of relationship they have with a given policy, or how this particular decision can affect them. And this is what we have been doing in the UK. And for example, with our algorithmic transparency work, we actually, to your earlier question, Barbara, how do we make sure that this isn't just the usual suspects and the same actors over and over again, which in some cases isn't necessarily a bad thing as well, to have those actors in the room, because they have the knowledge and expertise in a digital ethics area that they've built over time. So I'm absolutely not discounting that, but I think it's key to innovate, and it's key to be very open about how we do public engagement in policy. And what we've done in the UK is a deliberative study that we've run with the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation. And during that study, we were trying to understand what kind of measures would be what kind of algorithmic transparency measures would be most effective at increasing public understanding about the issue and public trust in how algorithmic tools are being used in the government. And we recruited members of the public from all over the UK. And we had a mix of age, gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic group. We had a mix of people with various levels of trust in institutions. We have a mix of people with various levels of digital literacy. And then we spent over 5 hours engaging with them throughout a 3-week research period. And the final stage was an in-depth co-design session where we've actually asked them what would be your ideal algorithmic transparency model? What kind of information you would like to see? And we let them design those suggestions themselves. And I think this way of digital ethics policymaking is not just refreshing, and it doesn't just invite external perspectives that we're not getting. And as I mentioned earlier, the lack of diversity, and it can be diversity of people, but also diversity of lived experiences, diversity of thought, diversity of expertise. This is something that we are lacking in the digital ethics space. So having deliberative engagement like that can provide us with practical recommendations that we can then take back to our public sector colleagues and say, this, even though this intuitively might not be what we thought is right, actually having consulted people who will be affected by this particular action, perhaps this is something that we should do. And I think, again, deliberative engagement, but also being in regular contact with civil society groups that work on the issue. And in the UK, we are extremely lucky to have the UK Open Government Network, which is a group of really knowledgeable, really engaged, and really helpful people willing to be with us on this journey of ethics and open government reform. So I think building those relationships, making sure that we don't make any of our decisions in the vacuum, and that we are able to have a constructive and meaningful dialogue with not just civil society experts, but also the general public. I think these are some of the things that I would definitely recommend.
Thank you, Natalia. Albert, any thought on this, on how to make it inclusive, the engagement?
Yeah, I mean, well, certainly I think some great points made about the importance of, how we build our profession and as Natalia said, approaches to open government. And, that was, I hope, reflected in, for example, the way that we developed our AI strategy and the way we're carrying forward that now into the practice of our AI strategy. And we're looking at best practices a bit further in that space. We've also used similar deliberative engagement approaches around our Ethical Digital Nation initiative, which conducted a series of mini publics earlier this year on a range of issues around digital and data ethics, inclusion skills as well. So, you know, I'd echo a lot of what others have said. I think the other thing that always interests me is how we can help citizens, the public communities, see the value of data through things like open data initiatives, and we've got commitments in our Open Government Action Plan around open data, and actually move from what I think can risk being a situation in which governments publish a lot of data and can demonstrate transparency in one sense, but we need to move from that to people actually being empowered with that data to actually take decisions, hold us to account, so you know, move into that meaningful transparency space. And you know, we have seen great examples of that actually, you know, during COVID, I'm afraid, but people being able to use that data to create new products that serve different communities in Scotland, you know, and so forth. But I do think it's an area where we need to continue to invest in the sort of data literacy skills, critical thinking skills, and help people develop the confidence to use data in their daily lives, in their professional lives, more generally across our economy. But you know, lots of great work that we can build on, yeah, certainly Open Government has been, and the Open Government Partnership has been instrumental in helping us to develop that work.
Thank you very much also for bringing up open data, which I think needs to be part of the narrative and not now part of the tools, seen as a concrete opportunity to show the value of opening up, of increasing access as a way to strengthen the ethical approach and the transparency. Olivier, any reflection on this question?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I would pretty much repeat everything Natalia said. It wouldn't be a surprise that I'm coming from the perspective that openness and ethics go hand in hand. I think we need to challenge ourselves a little bit, however. I have been working with a lot of organizations, public and private sector, working on data ethics and really trying hard. And when it comes to engagement, how many times can we genuinely say that our engagement has been about participation and not just communication? How many times have we actually brought in people to look at a specific project and go, you're going to be affected, do you understand this, do you how do you relate to this, rather than communicate post fact? And how many times can people, or not just here on the panel but in the room, say we have gone through an ethical process, we have realized we made a mistake, and we publicly said we're stopping this because this was a mistake? How many times can we say that we have publicly admitted that we were doing something that was unethical? Unless we can get to that point, and we will require a journey towards maturity, then our engagement tends to be perhaps too shallow. But I wanted to say another thing, because again, like Albert, I have been observing big shifts due to the very unusual situation that COVID has created. And I have seen new groups, new engagements emerge, like civil society groups, grassroots emerging because there was a desire to help. But also, and that's something that we haven't talked a lot much, is a new relationship between the public sector and the private sector. The private sector in those COVID times have been not just users and consumers of data, open data or shared data that governments have created, but also have been providers of data. There's been quite a lot of cases of the private sector sharing data about mobility that has really helped governments, local and national, to create better policies around lockdowns, for instance. And that is one side of engagement around data ethics that really needs to be worked on and scrutinized, because the relationship between the public and private sector is something that needs to be done well if you want the public to keep trust. But it has potential to create positive impacts, as we were saying. So that's another bit of engagement that we don't often think about when we talk about digital ethics. We tend to think about just the government and the citizens, but the role of the private sector is also one that we need to scrutinize and make work.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Actually, you touched upon 2 points that emerged in the work that we've done at the OECD in the last 2 years around a better understanding on how governments have been using open data in the context of the pandemic. And we ran an evidence collection and analysis exercise together with the Gov Lab at NYU. And our objective was to try to understand if the efforts had targeted better communication, or the design of new services, or new forms of collaborations with different actors. And we were trying to understand also the type of not only data, but type of engagement that was targeted by governments. And what we saw was that, unfortunately, in most of the cases, the main goal was to communicate, which is not bad, which is extremely important, but governments had not all at the same pace or in the same way tried to leverage open data to foster the design of new services to address the pandemic-related needs or to foster collaborations. And second, I agree with you. On one side, we've seen so many great examples of the private sector reusing open data to develop apps, for example, that actually, as to close the cycle, helped better the government also address some of the needs. I mean, I live in France, and the Vitmados app is an excellent example of this collaboration. But in our analysis, what we saw is that getting the private sector around the table was not one of the primary objectives of governments in using open data to address the pandemic. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done still in relation to making sure that open data is a key tool to help connect all these different agendas. Before I go ahead with additional questions, I actually would like to share with you, we have the results of the poll. So I'd actually like to share my screen so that with all the participant panelists, we can take a look at the results of the poll. Give me 1 second. And I'll share my screen with you. And I don't know if you have access to the screen, to the poll as well. So can you see my screen, right? Yes. So just as a reminder for all of us, the question that we asked the audience to address and to answer is the following. In your opinion, what are the most effective instruments and approaches the governments should use to ensure ethics in the digital age? And the answer options were the following. Set out a cross-sectoral vision, strategy and action plan, bringing actors from outside the public sector on board from their design to implementation. And this is the one that received the highest selection of answers at the moment. Promote open contracting and open ownership practices when financing or engaging with the GovTech community on AI development. This was the second highly rated answer. Design coherent ethical frameworks across sectors. The third, bring external actors affected by tech and data-driven decisions to audit processes. Tap on tools such as digital ID and folders to give people control over their data. Formulate technology-neutral regulation. Use procurement processes to ensure compliance with ethical frameworks. Adopt agile procurement processes to facilitate public-private collaboration. Address data legacy and secure data granularity and disaggregation. Very interesting to see to what extent issues around legacy or issues around regulations were not rated at the top of the answers given by the audience. Any reflection from you guys on the answers, starting this time with Natalia?
Sorry, Barbara, you got cut out for me for a second. Would you be able to repeat the final question?
Yeah, so any reflection, I hope you can see the results in front of the screen on the preferred answers from the audience. So any reflection on the answers that were given to the poll by the public?
Great, thank you. I can hear very clearly now. So I'm not surprised that the cross-sectoral vision is the one that is the most popular, because I think that's exactly right. And also the bridge from design to implementation. This is very key because implementation is actually the real challenge here. I think putting out a strategy or putting out an action plan is the first step, but really all of this can only drive the change that we wanted to drive if we have proper implementation strategies. And I think this perhaps isn't just related to ethics, but in the UK, my colleagues from the National Data Strategy team have been doing a lot of work on how do we implement a national level data strategy, while being very collaborative about it and while bringing actors from outside of the government to the table. So they have a National Data Strategy Forum, which is an open public participation opportunity for people who are working on the strategy. And I think that's also a really one way of addressing that. But looking at all the other responses that we have, I think open contracting and open ownership practices are absolutely key. And what I would add to that is open algorithms and algorithmic transparency practices. And I think this is almost a part of the next wave of open data, that it's no longer sufficient to make data that government produces and that government works with open, but actually we need to make a lot of data and information on how government uses those new technologies available as well. So I would absolutely add open algorithms to the second response, and ideas like bringing external actors affected by those decisions and processes, absolutely, and design coherent ethical frameworks across sectors. I think this one is a little bit more challenging because other than design, I would say collate what we already have and perhaps do a gap analysis, see what's missing. And I think when the OECD was working on the good practice principles for data ethics, the approach to begin this with a gap analysis and then see what else is it that we need to address was absolutely the right one. And being a part of this process and working alongside the OECD team for me was a really interesting and enriching experience of looking at data ethics on a multilateral level, which isn't necessarily the exposure that I get that often looking at it nationally in the UK. But I think a really, really interesting responses here, and I would say I more or less agree with the prioritization of those responses.
Thank you, Natalia. Albert, any reflection on the answers?
Yeah, I mean, very interesting insight into people's thinking. I guess, it reflects, to me, the way I read it anyways, it sort of reflects the need to see ethics feature at every stage in the development of data and AI solutions, effectively ethical by design. And that sort of is one of the key messages I take from, for example, the first one. Also, that really strong focus on, it seems to me, a focus on enabling approaches to foster adoption, and also approaches that can be responsive as thinking and, well, both public attitudes and thinking, but also technologies continue to develop and evolve. In contrast, interesting to see that perhaps some of the more traditional approaches to things like regulation that one might argue may be a little bit more brittle and harder to be so responsive just aren't quite so popular. But I would agree with Natalia that in broad terms that this is probably a similar sort of prioritization that I would have put around it, and I think sort of reflects largely our own thinking as well. So it's also pretty reassuring to see. So thanks for sharing that, Barbara.
Thank you, Albert. And to Mr. Lee, the floor for your reactions, especially because I think Korea is one excellent example showing how, in the context of digital transformation of your government and public sector, you've actually been using laws and regulations in a very supportive manner to advance your maturity, your digital maturity, and the capacity to deal with relevant issues. So I'd like to hear your reaction on the poll results, and also some reflection on the seemingly not prioritized answer around having regulations in place that support this ethical way of dealing with data and AI, or securing an ethical way of dealing with data and AI.
Yeah, I think your question is so long, so I cannot remember all of them, but I try my best. I think the Korean government not just to drive our ICT transformation or just digital world, digital service. So we also open our government to the public. So therefore today, so OGP is hosted by Korean government in Seoul, Korea. Yeah. So I think the first answer, the poll result, is not quite new or surprising to me. It's very natural to us. I think not only to Korean government, probably many OECD countries. I think this result is quite general thought, general thinking, or general approach, or general assessment by the public, because. This kind of when government make a policy or implement policy, people always hope government to do it openly or transparently or in participation with the public. So therefore, not just about this area, I mean the data technology or AI technology, always government should be open or allow all general people or professionals to engage government policy outside the government. That is very general things. So therefore, poll result is not just staying at only data issues. So that is just quite neutral and natural for me. So, what is your last question, please? Sorry, Barbara.
No, it's okay. It was
okay.
Just a reaction from you on the results.
Okay.
Olivier, any reaction on? So, thank you, Mr. Lee. Olivier, any reaction on the answers?
Yes, I mean, first, it's a really interesting to get an echo of a lot of what we've discussed. But I wanted to get back to what we said at the beginning, that a lot of what we're thinking about and talking about today is how to make sure that we create and retain trust in how we are using these technologies and data. And I wanted to react to one that's a little bit down the list, that notion to give people control over their data, and that is, I think, an echo of how do we make sure that that people understand the value of data being data about them being collected, used and shared. And yes, there is a need to give people more control over data about them. And we know, for instance, that there is a lot more work to do to make things like data portability work through regulations, through technology, through interoperability. But I think we need to really work on explaining, demonstrating that the impacts of the use of data are rarely at the individual level data point. Data about me alone doesn't create a big impact. A lot of what governments and companies really do when they create impact is they do that through kind of population level data sets. It's about collecting data about many people and then making better decisions when you see data about multiple people. And so doing better at stewarding data about multiple people, about groups, about communities, about the whole population, and explaining to people that data about them serves a purpose when it is stewarded alongside data about others is a really important and it is, yes, somewhat a technocratic answer that I'm giving here, but it's really important that we explain to people that it's not just about control about my data, it's about creating impacts by having data about me and the rest of the population to make better decisions and create better services. And that's a big piece of work that we need to do to create trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more with what you said. The closing of the cycle of the conversation here is public trust. So that's why at the end of the day, emphasizing all the actions needed to increase capacities and accountability on how ethical use of data and technology is ensured by governments is essential in relation to the need to reinforce trust in government. And I really like your points around data portability and explainability as part of the broader picture. Oftentimes we focus very much on the individual's rights to know what's being done about and with their personal data and to give consent on what's being done with their personal data. But I think creating this collective understanding and awareness on how the personal data can actually have an impact on communities and collectives when used together with personal data concerning others in the same group of individuals is something that we need certainly to keep working on. We are getting to the close of the session, and I'd like to give all of you the opportunity to take 1 minute max to share your key message for the audience after this very rich conversation. So if the people have to leave with one idea that you think is the key message from this session, what would be, starting with Albert?
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. So really encouraging conversation today. It's been great to have this conversation. I think positioning ethics, openness and transparency, not as a barrier, but as an enabler is a key takeaway. And also the shared commitment to move from sets of frameworks and principles into embedding this in practice, essentially taking an ethical by design approach that requires us to build capacity for public engagement and for ethics throughout the development of AI and data solutions. And that's a really great takeaway for me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Natalia.
What a challenge to only offer one takeaway after this a fantastic conversation. I would say that digital and data ethics is not optional, and as a wider picture, I think we need to acknowledge that the current wave of digital ethics is focused on going beyond the ethics of project level processes and data, and but it's actually about examining the ethics of whether various digital solutions should be deployed in the first place, and if so, how they should be deployed in order to foster public trust.
Thank you. Olivier?
Thank you, Barbara. I want to echo what Albert and Natalia just said, but I will. My last point would be essentially that we need to consider ethics as a first-class citizen in digital literacy, and the one way to do that is practice, practice, practice.
Thank you very much. Clear message, Mr. Lee.
Yes, I think that generally speaking, so ethics belongs to a certain society, or community, or tradition. However, the digital ethics is not just to remain in a certain area, because this is always, we live in a global world. So therefore, I think to make a clear, a certain guideline about digital ethics, in order to do that kind of things, so we need to, the global world try to make a cooperation. So for example, therefore, I think these days, last couple of years, I think the EU's effort to produce lots of papers and then argument, debate, I think there's good things. And then also, today's this kind of session by OECD unit is quite also important, because this kind of digital ethics is not just to, I just would like to indicate, the last thing is indicate digital ethics is not belong to a certain country, a certain community, or certain tradition. This digital ethics should belong to the world and the global society. So therefore, this digital ethics should be global standard.
Thank you very much. So to conclude, I can say that we started by admitting that ethics is the practice of asking hard questions. Thank you, Olivier, for this. I've been asking questions to the panelists, Albert, Olivier, Natalia, Mr. Lee, who were not easy questions, and you all helped me come up with answers that I really hope that will help the global conversation around issues in terms of risks, but also opportunities around dealing correctly with matters of ethical use of data and digital technologies. I think we all try to make the key points on the main message, which is that we should all work together to make sure that we have ethics by design approaches embedded throughout the whole use of digital tools and data, but also more broadly around the whole set of actions relevant to policy making and service design and delivery. This is a global conversation that needs to continue because true context matters, but challenges and opportunities travel across borders, as Mr. Lee indicated several times. So we will be very happy to continue this global conversation and global work with members and non-members of the OECD, with the OGP. And we really thank you from the Digital Government and Data Unit in the OECD for this great collaboration, because this is really part of the whole conversation on how can we make our governments more digitally mature, savvy, and ethical. So thank you very much. I wish you to stay healthy and happy holidays as we are getting close to a moment of family time and vacation for all of us. Thank you very much from wherever you are in the world for your participation today.
민정 대리 여기 인터컴 받아가세요. 네, 지금 통역음
So we are now testing the interpretation channels, testing the interpretation channels. Korean, English, French, Spanish interpretation are provided for this event. We are now testing the English channel. The source language, please check the source language as well. We are now testing the interpretation channel. Testing Korean, English, French, Spanish. We are testing all 4 channels for the 4 languages of this event. Interpretation. Testing for the interpretation microphone. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Korean, English, Spanish, French channels are now being tested. Please check the receiver channels 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are now testing.
프랑스어
French booth. We would like to raise the volume for the French channel. Testing, testing. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing the English channel. Korean. This is the Korean channel. And now this is the English channel. English channel. Please check the mic and listen to the source audio for the test. Testing, testing. This is the English channel. English channel. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. This is the English channel. Now testing the microphone. This is the English channel. Testing the English channel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. We are now testing the English channel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Final test. Please check the receiver channels from 1 through 4. We are now testing. Testing, testing. This is the English channel. We are checking the receiver channels. And now we are testing the streaming channels. Korean, English, French, and Spanish. Please check all the channels and make sure that they are live streamed. Thank you.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 이거는 그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금
더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다. 블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다. 열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들
청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙치가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together we'll be able to build the kind of government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
여러분 안녕하세요.
Good evening.
I'm your host this evening, 대식조. I'm representing KCOC, an association of civil society in the field of development cooperation in Korea. Welcome to the special session of this summit. The theme of this session is recovery and renewal from the pandemic. I believe the COVID pandemic is the new enemy of the open society. I believe once again we are facing a choice between two opposing views, an open society and a closed society, a choice between freedom and totalitarianism. To cope with this global challenge, I believe civil society and the government, the cooperation, can play a critical role. This is one of the reasons why we are discussing this topic at this moment in this special session. Now, to open our session, please welcome to the stage Mr. Lee Seung-woo, Vice Minister for Safety and Disaster Management in the Ministry of Interior and Safety, Korea.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to meet you. As have been introduced, I am Lee Seung-woo, Vice Minister for Disaster and Safety Management at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of the distinguished guests from home and abroad for your participation at the 2021 OGP Global Summit. Thank you very much for your participation. Including COVID-19, I am in charge of managing all disasters and accidents within the Republic of Korea, and therefore, I believe that it is greatly meaningful to stand here before you at this special session on recovery and renewal from COVID-19. It's been 2 years since the outbreak of COVID-19. In the beginning, we thought that this would be a disease that is limited to a single country or a single region. However, it didn't take long for it to expand across borders to become a full-blown pandemic. Around the world, 500 million people have lost their lives. And the death from COVID-19 is no longer limited to any single country or any single individual. Infectious diseases, and especially COVID-19, has impacted all governments, civic societies, and all citizens. All communities are now sharing in the death and sadness, prevention and sacrifice, and the world after the pandemic. If we had a society based on trade-offs in the stable, orderly society of the past, the uncertainties triggered by COVID-19 is driving us to a society where mutual benefits are essential. If you look back on the last 2 years of responses, we did have many points of crises that were difficult to predict. And at each crisis, the government of the Republic of Korea responded rapidly. We had strict tracing, strict social distancing, and mandatory wearing of facial masks. All of the countermeasures used by the Republic of Korea were dependent on the participation of the civic society and the people. They were not resolutions that needed such participation, but rather they could only be effective with the participation of the civic society and the people. I believe that we all have learned the same lesson through COVID-19. We have all learned that it is difficult to respond to new multifaceted disasters such as COVID-19 with just top-down policies. In the future, as we establish policies, we will need to consider how to encourage the voluntary participation of citizens. We will need to harmonize top-down policies and bottom-up participation in order to guarantee the efficacy and efficiency of policies. The society in the post-COVID-19 era will depend on our choices that we make today. The government, civic societies, and the people need to create a society based on trust and cooperation. Or are we going back to the simple give-and-take relationship of the past? That choice is up to us. We are faced with various tasks ahead of us that we cannot solve on our own. In order to solve these issues, we need to make sure that we turn the painful experience of COVID-19 into opportunities. In the process of responding to COVID-19, we have made great achievements by cooperating within the government, civic society, and the people. We need to make sure that that becomes a part of our everyday lives so that we can recover and take a leap into the future. At the Republic of Korea, throughout the last 2 years of responding to COVID-19, I have learned that if we are cooperating, we can overcome any difficulty. That is the confidence that I have gained. I believe that through the passionate discussion, through this special session, we will be able to gather our wisdom. Thus far, we have had many international conferences to share information about vaccines and also disease prevention measures, but this is the first international conference to discuss participation and cooperation. As we have invited various researchers and experts from around the world, we look forward to various ideas and solutions. The wisdom that you gather here today will certainly be shared amongst the 78 member states and civic societies present here today as a foundation to protect the lives and safety of our people. Our special session is titled COVID-19 Recovery and Renewal. We will make sure that we discuss the future direction of civic society activities and public and private partnership in a world where disasters are a part of our lives. We will start with the keynote presentation by the Director General of IVI. We will also continue to discuss COVID-19 and government civic society partnership, overcoming COVID-19 through civic participation, and international development cooperation partnership in the post-COVID-19 era. We will set the direction for the government and civic society to move together, and we will also take a look at how to prepare for such a direction. We look forward to your frank discussions and policy suggestions. I do hope that the special session prepared for 2021 OGP Global Summit will become a precious opportunity to look into our future in Korea and across the world. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks. To me, on your remarks, our choice will shape our future. This is something quite impressive to me. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Lee Bok-sil, member of Open Government Committee in Korea. Please welcome Ms. Lee Bok-sil.
Hello, warm greetings to you all. I am Lee Bok-sil, President of World of Women Corporate Directors WCTC Korea Chapter. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the OGP Global Summit 2021, and in particular this special session on recovery and renewal of COVID-19. And I also extend my appreciation to all staff for their hard work in putting together this session. It has already been 2 years since the breakout of COVID-19, but there is still no sign of the pandemic subsiding. Looking back the last few years, I realized that people around the world, including myself and those around me, have been deprived of the freedom of daily life and have lived under the fear of COVID-19. But in that process, we did come to the realization that although the way we respond to COVID-19 may be different depending on the country, Our experience tells us that without the participation of individuals and civil societies, COVID-19 cannot be overcome. To effectively control COVID-19, the Korean government, has gained much attention through K-quarantine, its disease control measures, and this was only possible thanks to the faithful compliance with the government guidelines by the citizens. From wearing masks to social distancing and vaccination, guidelines issued by the government had to be complied with at all times. With active participation by Korean citizens and civic groups, the vaccination rate in Korea has reached a high level very quickly. Meanwhile, COVID-19 not only gives rise to health issues, but aggravates the economic crisis with job insecurity and income loss. Perhaps our society may never return to the pre-pandemic state, but our common goal is to promptly respond to the aftermath of the pandemic and identify new opportunities for development. I hope that today's special session serves as a platform to take stock of the current situation and address changes brought on by COVID-19 by gathering our collective wisdom and insight on the future directions of our society. Dear participants, crisis comes with opportunity. Given that we are experiencing unprecedented changes in social conditions, the current crisis may become a turning point in pursuing fundamental improvement in our society. In this sense, this special session will help us find ways to overcome diverse crises and take a step towards growth and development, serving as a truly befitting and timely opportunity. Looking forward to highly productive and meaningful outcomes, I would like to once again thank all participants for your time and efforts. Thank you very much.
Seems to me quite emotional remarks and at the same time inspiring message. Thank you very much for your remarks. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jerome Kim, Director General of International Vaccine Institute, Korea. He will join us online. Please welcome Mr. Jerome Kim.
Hello, my name is Jerome Kim. I'm the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute in Seoul, South Korea. I'm going to speak today about some observations on the topic from pandemic to endemic. Observation number one, we went from a pathogen to a demonstration of vaccine efficacy and proof of new technologies in 11 months. Really remarkable. This is a partial list of some of the vaccines that were shown in the first wave to be efficacious, shown in red. In fact, when we think about the new things, 8 vaccines have achieved WHO Emergency Use Listing, or EUL. 28 vaccines are approved by at least one National Regulatory Authority, or NRA. And we've had a number of new platforms that have now developed approved vaccines using mRNA, adenoviral vectors, DNA, and new adjuvants. But where are we now with all these new vaccines? With 28 new vaccines approved by different national regulatory authorities, we still are left with the fact that there have been 261 million infections and 5.2 million deaths so far, and it's likely these numbers are underestimates. As of the 24th of November, 2021, Our World in Data reported that over 50% of the world had received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, and that 7.74 billion doses have been given to date. Now, just to put this in perspective, in a typical year, we use about 400 to 500 million doses of influenza vaccine. We've already to date given more than 10 times more COVID-19 vaccine than we do for one of the other leading candidates for vaccines, that is influenza vaccine. However, despite this remarkable progress, only 5% of people in low-income countries have been vaccinated. And you can see them there, primarily in Saharan and Sub-Saharan Africa, where vaccination rates are still far behind the rest of the world, shown in green. So, observation number 2. And this is very important. Science should not stop when the vaccines were approved for emergency use. And to some people, it might have seemed that we were all very happy when the new vaccines were shown to be safe and efficacious. But in fact, there was still a tremendous amount of work to be done. By and large, there are 11 vaccines that are principally used around the world to reduce the burden of COVID-19 vaccines. But what about second and third wave vaccines, which we talked about earlier? What we really don't know, and still don't know, is the optimal dose, the optimal schedule for dosing, and whether booster doses will be required. In fact, the WHO continues to say that boosters should only be used for those people for whom primary immune responses may be insufficient, the people primarily with immunological diseases. We still don't know, or still haven't published, what we call a correlate of protection, a laboratory test that identifies people who are protected or people who are not protected. Importantly, we don't also know what I would call the correlate of transmission or the correlate of durability. What laboratory test that we can do will mark those vaccinated individuals who will no longer transmit the virus, and importantly, which laboratory test will tell us how long vaccine-induced protection will last. But this gets to an even bigger problem. We really don't understand transmission. We have a number of vaccines that have been safe and efficacious that we have now shown to reduce the severity of illness, hospitalization, and death. But they have not substantially impacted transmission. And this, as we've seen through waves 3, 4, and now wave 5 of the COVID-19 pandemic, is what really causes hospitals to fill up and people to die. We've gotten more and more data on effectiveness, but we haven't made much progress in herd immunity, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. We really do need better, faster, and cheaper diagnostics, and we also need to be able to tell where mutations are occurring, and I'll go into that in greater detail, but the Omicron variant of concern is exactly that point, that in the parts of the world where we don't do enough testing, that would be most of sub-Saharan Africa, and where we don't do a lot of sequencing against sub-Saharan Africa, we will be continuously very badly surprised by what arises. The next part is longer-term safety follow-up. Again, remember, vaccines are given to healthy people to keep them healthy. And we have to ensure that the vaccines that are being used, as rapidly developed and as safe and efficacious as they were, remain safe in the long term. What you see in the two figures are a first and important point, that outbreaks generate variants and variants generate outbreaks. Delta was one perfect example of a variant being generated out of an outbreak in India that now is spread throughout the world, and Omicron may be yet another variant. And from these outbreaks, we generate variants. From the variants, we generate new outbreaks, and we need to break this cycle of transmission. And we don't know how to do that yet. What we do have is what's shown in the bottom figure. We have data on efficacy, protection of individuals. We now have more and more data about effectiveness, and all of the vaccines that we have been shown to reduce the burden of severe infection, hospitalization, and death. And that's really what effectiveness is about, direct protection of populations. What we don't know, and what we would really like to know, is a block of transmission. Does vaccinating a certain percentage of the population, be that 80% or 90% of the population, then result in protection of the unvaccinated people or the partially vaccinated people within that population, something we call herd protection. But in order to do that, we need to understand the process of transmission. Observation number 3. You know, we can surely make, and right now we are making, between 1.5 and 2 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines a month. And at the same time, we have the odd situation that 95% of the population living in low-income countries are unvaccinated. The companies told us in the beginning of the year that they could make 12 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines in 2021. And although they are making 1.5 billion doses, you can see we're a little bit behind schedule with only 7.7 billion doses currently administered. But this hides the great divide. 50% of the world has been vaccinated, but only 5% of those people in low-income countries. There's a great division in access and equity. One of them is quantitative, and I've talked about that already. The other one I really can't address now, but is qualitative. High-income countries have disproportionately been receiving mRNA vaccines, while lower-income countries have been disproportionately receiving whole inactivated vaccines and adenoviral vectored vaccines. Observation number 4, COVAX and the promise of universal access. COVAX was something that the WHO, CEPI, and Gavi invented and organized. It should provide 2 billion doses of WHO pre-qualified vaccine by the end of 2021. So far, they've succeeded in securing 5.6 billion doses, which is enough to vaccinate 20% of the population, or basically all of the elderly and healthcare workers. But even this has proved to be too big of a leap. So far, only 535 million doses have been shipped to 144 countries. These data from UNICEF last week. At the same time, Chinese companies have shipped 1.7 billion doses to 110 countries, while providing only 70 million doses to COVAX. So at the same time that we're providing billions of doses to countries around the world that can afford to pay for it, we aren't able to provide vaccine to the countries that really need it. And this failure of equity and access has three terrible consequences. The first is humanitarian. Back in 2020, in the middle of 2020, we projected that without equity in the distribution of the first 2 billion doses, global COVID-19 deaths would double. Now, back then when the prediction was made, we were at 431,000 deaths. Right now, we're at 5.2 million deaths. So we've exceeded that, and we haven't had equity in the distribution of the vaccines. The second consequence is economic. Many countries around the world, high income, middle income, and low income, have seen their economies recover. But there's still a cost that we pay for inequity. And three different sources, the National Board of Economic Review, the Brookings Institute, and the Office of National Intelligence informing the White House, giving the White House intelligence data, have all said that it will cost the high-income countries $4 to $5 trillion in GDP if we are not equitable in the distribution of vaccine. And the final consequence is biological. And we're seeing this play out right now. Failure to control pandemics generates mutants that will undermine the efficacy of vaccines, like Delta and now like Omicron. And Omicron has the potential to be resistant to vaccine-induced immune responses. We still are at early days, and we don't know whether or not, in fact, this is true. But whatever follows Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, all have the potential to undermine vaccine-induced protection. Observation 5. We have this conundrum of universal delivery, which we have to deliver vaccine to 8 billion people without significant strengthening of healthcare services. So imagine that we need 16 billion doses. We're going to be going from programs that struggle to vaccinate the 130 million newborn infants a year to vaccinating 8 billion people around the world with 2 doses, and then giving them an 8 billion additional doses in booster vaccinations or 8 billion additional doses in vaccination against new variants. We're talking about a huge vaccination program, and do we have the logistics, the quality assurance, the assurance of access, and the personnel to really be able to vaccinate all these people? Just the waste from these 8 billion doses, 16 billion doses of vaccine will exceed the total weight of the vaccines themselves. So if it was difficult distributing them, it will be difficult disposing of them. Observation 6. You can't fight a pandemic you can't see or a variant you don't know about. And this really gets to the diagnosis gap, a $2 billion gap identified by WHO and the PDP known as FIND, in the very beginning of the pandemic. They estimated that there was a $2 billion gap in diagnosis. And you can see the number of tests done per 100,000 population in blue and high-income countries, and then green, actually you can barely see it because it's at 0, in the low-income countries. They aren't testing. So if they don't see the cases, they won't know that a pandemic is there or how severe it is. And that's the kind of outbreak, an unknown outbreak, that will generate variants like Omicron that we weren't aware of until it appeared in sequencing from South Africa. At the same time, South Africa had sequenced 200 sequences over the month before, October to November. Europe had sequenced 160,000 sequences, and North America provided 51,000 sequences. The sequencing gap is really impairing our ability to pick up mutants as they're occurring. Observation 8. Who's in charge? So for most things, for most wars, and this is a global war against COVID-19, we have a leader. But do we have leadership in this pandemic crisis, or do we have 200 plus countries, each with their own leadership, trying to form a coherent plan? Can we defeat a global pandemic without global responsibility and accountability? And this might start with access and equity. But there have been multiple requests for funding by multiple organizations. There are multiple sources of loans that are available to countries around the world, low income and middle income. There's uncoordinated disbursement of vaccines. I raised what happened with China, and 1.7 billion doses distributed to 110 countries, but not through COVAX. The United States does the same thing. Europe's doing the same thing. Other countries are sending vaccine that they're not using, usually the vaccine that they don't want, to other countries around the world. Planning has been serial. We accomplish one thing, we wait for that, we do the next thing, then we do the next thing. What we needed to do was to plan end to end, from manufacturing through impact, that is the distribution and documentation that the vaccines that are being given are working. So if there is a plan, who makes it? Who endorses it? Who funds it? And who makes a group responsible and accountable for executing that plan? IVI works throughout the value chain to enable our global partners in COVID-19 vaccine development. We don't have our own
It's informative keynote speech. Thank you very much for sharing your observations and insight. 이번에는 발제 순서로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you very much. And we will now move on to the presentations. And first, I would like to invite Chairman Yu Hong-bon of National Network Steering Committee for Revitalizing Civil Society. Hello, as introduced, I am Yu Hong-bon from the National Network Steering Committee for Revitalizing Civil Society. Since the COVID-19 outbreak in 2020, and when the pandemic was spreading in Korea, we did a survey of what kind of role civil society is playing in a pandemic world. From January to June, for about 3 to 4 months, we conducted the survey and found out that facial masks, hand sanitizers were provided at reaching 5.3 billion won. And for quarantine support and education, about 700,000 won worth of support was provided by civil societies. And regarding quarantine, 12,000 civil society groups participated in discussions. And through these contributions, as COVID-19 spread quickly in April, we were able to overcome the COVID-19 according to solid data. And we were able to find 4 findings. First, quickly supporting and disseminating supplies was done through civil societies. And secondly, to represent the marginalized who do not have the voice. And for democracy, 3, protecting the universal values of democracy and human rights. And 4th, in non-face-to-face world, promoting the solidarity. But there was a challenge in pursuing these roles. Civil societies are an actor of overcoming the pandemic, but they are also victims of pandemic because after the outbreak, civil groups, educations, and campaigns came to a stop. And so that meant less and less donations and sponsor funding and government grants. So civil society faced a very huge challenge financially. If you look at the COVID-19 overcoming policy measures and support by the government, most are focused on companies, not so much on civil society. In particular, for employment support, most of the support was concentrated on companies and not civil societies, and that was a double whammy for civil groups. And another point was about public-private partnership. The Disaster Act Article 12 states that the government can form a public-private council body, but it was not set up. Until 2019, we had 2 or 3 meetings per year, but never since COVID-19. Although this is a legal requirement, this did not take place. And so in the process of responding to COVID-19, a lot of inefficiencies took place. there were some good practices as well. In Jeonju City, the city led the way for engaging civil society and the private sector for no layoffs in COVID-19 to ensure employment security. And one of the key issues in COVID-19 was for sexual minorities, discrimination against sexual minorities. And during COVID-19, there was a special countermeasure committee for the protection of sexual minorities in COVID-19 as a private sector governance to protect the sexual minorities in times of the pandemic. So revitalizing the engagement of civil society and their participation is a very important factor in overcoming social crisis. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your very specific examples.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce Ambassador Sten Schwede from Republic of Estonia. Please welcome Ambassador Sten.
Thank you. I want to start by congratulating the South Korean government actually for a successful co-chairmanship of OGP. Despite these difficult times, I think you've done very well. I want also to thank organizers for inviting me to this panel to present my country's experience in overcoming the pandemic through civic participation. The key challenge for Estonia, like for most countries in the last 2 years, has been to curb the spread of COVID-19 while keeping the society functioning as much as possible. For Estonians, it all started in March 2020 when the Estonian government declared a state of emergency and introduced measures such as closing schools, banning public gatherings, and restricting movement across borders. It lasted for over 2 months. That was our first wave. And as in many countries, the pandemic's economic consequences affected many sectors of the Estonian economy and most spheres of our society. To alleviate these negative impacts, an emergency aid program of 2 billion euros was launched. But more importantly, Estonia's adjustment to the new situation was actually eased by country's advanced citizen-centric digital society, so our governance system could continue unharmed. Existing digital tools and widespread internet access enabled students to continue their education and office employees to continue working without interruption. Distance learning and remote working was and still is widely used in Estonia. At the same time, well-functioning digital health system helped manage the acute crisis and avoid major administrative problems. Most public services in Estonia were already available online, and the share of e-government users is very high. During the pandemic, new initiatives were added, such as online sick leave applications, virtual healthcare, and digital contact tracing, which helped to alleviate stress on frontline healthcare workers and contain the spread of the virus. Many of the solutions and applications were developed in cooperation with volunteering IT experts and companies through hackathons. Those public-private hackathons, called Hack the Crisis, spread later to 20 other countries. Despite the state of emergency, Estonia's judicial framework remained strong through the pandemic. Estonia ranks today among the top 3 European Union member states for speed and efficiency of the judicial system. Estonia has also received high marks for the availability of the court databases and e-file system, which facilitated judicial processes and enabled the exchange of information between different parties during the pandemic. Now a few words about the Estonian civil society. It is clear that the state of emergency and different government restrictions that followed concentrated power in the hands of the executive, and that under these unusual circumstances, regular parliamentary and societal debate was inhibited in Estonia. There was less involvement and inclusion of interested parties than usually due to the need to react quickly and decisively, especially during the first wave when government declared a state of emergency. Still, and here I quote Freedom House Estonia report, during the pandemic, core civil liberties were respected and protected, and government restrictions did not breach human rights. In the later phases of the pandemic, the debate between the government and civil society improved considerably. If you look at how the Estonian civil society organizations, and the civil society is strong only when its organizations are strong. So if you look at how the Estonian civil society organizations are doing 2 years after the start of the crisis, we can say that they managed the transition through the pandemic successfully, mostly due to the fact that they operate on public funding and had access to a variety of support mechanisms. Just to give you a few examples. First, many of the umbrella organizations supported their members by providing spaces to share information and come up with solutions to common problems. Another example, the Estonian Ministry of Education provided their partner organizations free access to Moodle platform, which provides a variety of free online courses. The government and parliament also reviewed laws and regulations that hindered organizations' work under COVID restrictions. For example, legal changes were made to allow General Assembly meetings to be held virtually instead of in person. In addition, the deadline for submitting annual reports for the previous year was postponed from June until autumn. The view from outside on how we manage has been relatively positive. For example, according to USAID's Civil Society Organization Sustainability Report, overall CSO sustainability in Estonia did not change in 2020. Estonia's civil society organizations continue to operate under a supportive legal environment, have strong advocacy skills, provide a wide range of services, and have a positive public image. To conclude, the pandemic did put our society to test, but we think we managed relatively well considering the circumstances. The lessons learned were, though, that the government should involve civil society organizations as early in the crisis as possible. So as it has been mentioned already, also during the introduction in the beginning, the inclusiveness is the key if you want to tackle future crises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. When I was in Stockholm, Sweden, I still remember visiting Estonia, and I understand Estonia is one of the country as a success story in digital transformation, and I appreciate sharing your views, your case in this pandemic, coping with these pandemic issues. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Kang Joo-yeon, Director General of the Development Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Korea.
Thank you very much. I wanted to first thank the Ministry of Security and Public Administration and also KCOC for inviting me to this event. Today, I think I would like to focus a bit more about what the Korean government is doing in terms of development cooperation during the COVID-19 pandemic. So obviously, I think we have heard earlier today, but it is an understatement to say that our world has been profoundly changed since COVID-19. Its impact on the progress towards the SDGs has, sadly becoming a very familiar story. More than 5 million people have lost their lives. Extreme poverty is increasing for the first time in 20 years. Millions of people are losing their jobs. And a lot of developing countries are actually recording record levels of debt. And, as we have also heard, we're currently witnessing an unequal distribution of vaccines, which is giving rise to multiple variants of the COVID-19 pandemic, and is also prolonging today's crisis. And on top of that, if we don't act to strengthen the current global health system, apparently there will be even more of pandemics in the future with far greater devastating consequences. And if that is not bad enough, on top of that, we're also facing effects of the climate change. And as you know, the UN Secretary General Guterres mentioned that this climate crisis is supposed to be the code red of humanity. So as we all know, and I think obviously there is room for improvement in this area is that we all really need to get together and to end the pandemic and build a more sustainable and inclusive future. So it is in this challenging context that the Korean government has been looking for ways to best support our partner countries with development cooperation and also to the vulnerable populations. In general, we have been working very closely with our partner countries in trying to understand what their priorities are and their challenges are in addressing the COVID situation. In fact, recently I had the chance to visit several countries in the Middle East, and COVID seems to have really has made an impact on their unemployment rate, especially that of the youth. And in some countries in the Middle East, they're facing a 50% unemployment rate. And on top of that, some countries are also facing the usual challenges of water scarcity. So in this case, the Korean government is planning to provide more vocational training and also provide assistance in terms of water management. But more broadly speaking, in the coming years, given the current situation with COVID and climate change, we are planning to focus much of our development assistance in health, on green economy, and the ICT area. On health, since the outbreak of COVID-19, Korea has been providing health assistance to over 120 countries, which amounts to around $190 million. This includes providing test kits and other essential tools, as well as strengthening health systems. We have also been working very closely with the African Union and the African CDC to enhance their capacity to improve vaccine rollouts and uptake. And to help low-income countries vaccinate their populations, in addition to our initial commitment of $200 million to COVAX, we will be providing additional vaccines to Africa in the coming months. So going forward, I think since this session is also about partnerships, Korea is very keen on strengthening our partnerships with a range of stakeholders, especially the civil society and the private sector. In my view, with the adoption of Agenda 2030, the greatest achievement has been that we're now seeing many actors with a lot of financial resources and technologies really coming together towards the SDGs. And this is really fundamentally changing the development landscape, as you know. Impact investment is on the rise, and social entrepreneurs and civil society are resorting to frontier technology to contribute to sustainable development. So Korea would really like to take advantage of this paradigm shift. As the Secretary General has also mentioned, the world already has the resources to achieve the SDGs, and I think it's for countries like Korea, together with civil society and many other partners, to actually connect the dots to bring the resources back to where the need is greatest among the vulnerable populations. So in fact, during the pandemic, I think we have heard earlier that we're actually seeing also inspiring examples of partners coming together in innovative ways, and this has led to the development of vaccines in record time. And across the world, we're also seeing a very rapid adoption of digital technologies. So again, despite the challenges that we face today, we do think there's also a lot of great opportunities, and this is what Korea hopes to take advantage of. And finally, as for our cooperation with civil society, as I mentioned, Korea is very keen on strengthening our cooperation with a lot of NGOs. In 2019, we had announced a policy that we worked very closely with KCOC that aims to promote partnership between the government and the civil society in Korea. And based on this, we're planning to hold regular dialogues next year with the civil society on how we can work together, especially in the area of humanitarian assistance. And one final thing we would like to say is that we're also trying to promote more of an integrated approach to our development assistance, especially in fragile contexts, which is an area that we think we could also work with the civil society. We recently adopted an HTP strategy to see how we can link our support to humanitarian assistance with development and our peace and security activities. To date, we carried out an in-depth analysis of the countries and regions that we wish to support. And based on that, we have been having a series of consultations with relevant entities. So with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing Korea's experience in connecting the dots between the Korea and the global partners and the civil society and the government. Now I would like to invite Mr. Lee Jun-soo. He's a member of Open Government Forum Korea. And I found just before I joined this session, I just found he is a freshman of the university. And so I think he's representing one of the Korean, the young generation and the future. Please welcome Mr. Lee Jun-soo.
Hello, I am from Code for Korea. I am a developer there, and my name is Lee Jun-soo. So I heard earlier from the Estonian case about the hackathon, which was very interesting because it is always also related to my presentation. Over 50 developers participated in a 3-day hackathon that we also held. I hope this is interesting for you. Before we had launched the public facial mask service, this is what it looked like in Korea. There was a long line of people waiting in line to purchase facial masks, even on a rainy day. So the government restricted the number of facial masks that could be purchased per person, and also provided information to stabilize supply. So we thought of how we can tackle this long line issue and to facilitate the public data on COVID-19. So this is number 1 Gwanghamun Street, which is a website that receives online proposals and run by the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. So here we raised a proposal for public data on COVID-19 in a file format and the infectious disease. And also we made the request to disclose the API data as well. And the very next day, a respiratory illness medical center released the data very next day. And Korea also started the disclosure of API. API means an application interface between 2 different programs, and it is an official language. So where do we get this data? We used a service called DUR, or Drug Utilization Review System, where we get the inventory information. So we get the purchase per person information from pharmacies. So that's how we came to use the DUR system. And this is the detailed statement of API that we wanted to get from the government. And the government immediately responded by telling us what the details of the API would look like. So before the API was disclosed, we were able to make the necessary preparations for public disclosure. And to the right, there are some list of requirements from the government or from pharmacies. So the developers could comply with these requirements as they prepared for the disclosure of the data. And before a full-blown disclosure, we did a sampling of API data and disclosed the samples first. And this disclosed API was shared on an online community with 100,000 developers in Korea, and we had 121 shares and more likes, 215 likes. And so more than 50 developers came online into one chat room immediately, and they all participated in developing this public facial mask information data, and they worked overnight to discuss how we are going to do about this and what kind of requests we need to make to the government. And to the right-hand side, you can see this is what we asked the MOIS and NIA to disclose the data, and also the private sector also came online to talk to the general public and gather their views. So in the process of developing this application, the citizens made full use of the application. There are different applications that had different characteristics, and there were slight difference in terminology used. I think the terminology was the biggest issue, because there was no standardized manner to express the information on the pharmacies and what kind of facial masks were sold. So as we disclosed the API information, we agreed on the terminology, and we were provided with government support to gain permission from the app stores to make use of our apps. And we also developed this handbook that was distributed. So more than 50 different applications were released all at once, so that the citizen could use these applications. And we had more than 90 million requests per day that were processed. And the peak was 7 million requests per day. So that was just a single day number of requests. And there are two graphs at the bottom. On the left, you see the percentage of sold out facial masks. So before the application was released, only 68% of the pharmacies sold out their facial masks, and that was raised to 86% after the release of our apps. And from March 11th to the third week of March, there was near zero pharmacies that didn't sell out their facial masks. And also, because pharmacists wanted a break time, they were able to set their break times to their liking. And we provided a text-based service for those with visual impairments. So we started the group called Code for Korea from this initiative, and now we have more than 500 members and civic hackers joining. And we were able to sort out all these efforts into this group and continue our efforts. Thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you for the presentation.
To introduce speaker joining us virtually from Italy, Ms. Katia Scanavini.
Good evening to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for inviting. I'm very glad to be here and to have the opportunity to speak about our ambition project to create an Italian civic observatory of national recovery and resilience plan. As you told, I'm from Italy. I'm speaking from Rome, and I am the Deputy Director of ActionAid Italy. We work in 45 countries around the world, and we think that we have a bigger responsibility in this moment, this pandemic moment. However, let me introduce in which context the observatory has been setting up. As you know, since the COVID-19 pandemic started, the whole Europe has been impacted by health and economic crisis. Unfortunately, Italy has been one of the most affected European countries, with a sad record of victims, and also at economic stage, with a decrease of GDP of 90% and an increase of poverty of almost 10%. In this context, the European Commission launched the new Generation EU, a big economic subsidy plan, which aim is to adjust the economic and the social damage caused by the pandemic. So, as the most affected country, Italy was also the largest beneficiary of the EU plan. Even though the EU plan recommended civil society participation during the development of national plans, finally the Italian government did not involve citizens in any process connected. Given that during the 2020, ActionAid and other Italian civil society organizations, of course, decided to create a civic observatory national recovery and resilience plan. We think that is very important, and we think that we have some specific objectives. Civic Observatory is trying to achieve, we can say, several objectives. The first one is more transparency. Since the observatory was created, we have carried on lobbying and advocacy activities aimed to ask to our government more transparency in the Italian plan processes. So it is in our opinion, transparency also has a value, but at the same time is a precise social impact in terms of increasing the quality of democracy. We believe in the quality of democracy, and we so think that participation, transparency is so important. This is the reason why the observatory asked and still asks in this moment to decision makers access information and open data. More open data means more citizens' awareness concerning to the process that govern their future, and consequently a greater quality of democracy for our citizens. The second object is more participation. Through the observatory, we want to increase participation of citizens during the whole plan timeline, with not only in the implemental in the implemental time, but also in the first part of idea of this plan. And the third object is increase the social accountability. This is a very important point, because we know that the word accountability generally means to need for a subject, normally the public administration, to be accountable for its conduct towards another subject, the citizenship. However, social accountability differs from the classic accountability because it's not a simple one-way reporting communication process, but a real two-way dialogic path between administrations and citizenship. So this is very, very important and different way to see the social accountability. I finished my time, but I would like to conclude with two points very important for us. The points will be followed by ActionAid, both as part of Civic Observatory. In fact, we think that we have to strengthen as much as possible the social accountability and the opportunity for citizens to collaborate and participate to create a new way to see the society and to build up a new country, a new opportunity to live together. And at the end, both as a part of OGP Open Government Forum, we think that we have to collaborate to open the initiative and to be more inclusive of the different points of view of the Italian civic society. So thank you very much. I finished my time, but I would like to be available for your questions, not only in this moment, but also in the next future. And I hope to keep in contact with you, with the government, the Korean government, but also with your host. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katia, for sharing Italian experience on this important issue of the inequality in overcoming COVID crisis. We are supposed to have about more than 20 minutes, but we have 10 minutes, and I think we will have enough time for our panel discussion for one or two, maybe three topics. So I'm thinking about three topics. We have 5 panelists. So the first question, this is the question I'm posing is to the common question. So any panelist can respond on these questions. The first question I'm thinking about is the role of civil society in overcoming the COVID crisis, and why the role of civil society is so important, even though the government is taking the primary responsibility. So this is my first question. And may I ask, starting from Ambassador Sten-Schwede, because you may have some experience in your Estonian cases?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Very good question. The role of civil society, based on our experience from Estonia, the role of civil society is important because the solutions and offered by civil society, these are often flexible and user-friendly because they come from grassroots level. So the top-down solutions can never really reflect what citizens want. So hence civil society has this role actually to take these messages up and reflect what citizens need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And any other comments from the floor? Yes.
So if you think of the experience of the Korean society, there have been several crises. For example, the Asian financial crisis in 1998, Korea was able to overcome very quickly because the whole public came together to gather gold, for example. And if you look at the oil spill in the Taean coast, the entire coast was covered with oil. But millions of people gathered and volunteered to clean up the beaches. And just like that, during the COVID-19 crisis, it was promoting civic engagement and donation, I think is the biggest role played by the civil society. And secondly, at the same time, while the government was tackling these issues, and in that process, there are some socially marginalized groups that are not fully respected or reflected, and to correct such neglect and fill in the gap, the civil society can also play a role. So I think that in the early stages in particular, the civil societies played a larger role than the government and was more persuasive. Thank you very much. And the Deputy Director General Kang?
Yes, I just wanted to make some brief comments regarding that. It's very similar to what has already been said, but I would like to perhaps touch upon how it is important for governments like Korea to work with civil society on development assistance abroad. To us, it seems that when we're working with either UN agencies or also other governments, it's very difficult to really understand what's happening at the local level. And we realize that when we do work with civil society, whether it's both Korean or international, they're the ones that are working with the local communities and really understands what the challenges and the opportunities are at the grassroots level. So in that regard, we really do appreciate that kind of experience and knowledge coming from the civil society, and hopefully we plan to work more closely with the civil society in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the second question. My second question is the challenges and crises that we are facing. The open government, open society, and democracy is in crisis in a way because of this crisis of corona pandemic and crisis of of the climate crisis is also one of the reasons the lot of elites groups in the government, in the global society, is using this as an excuse to pursue the strong government and the more control. So this is something the global challenges that we are facing, how to cope with these challenges. In a way, we are standing at a crossroad between an open society, open government, and closed society and closed government, freedom and totalitarianism. So I believe there must be some important role of the civil society in overcoming this one of the enormous challenges. So this is my second question, and I believe this is very important question for all of us. So may I ask the Cassia from Cassia, I want to stay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I think that the main factor of the inequality is the increasing of poverty. We work a lot in Italy, but also in other countries, to fight the increasing of the poverty. But we also decide to go deeper in some specific field. For example, we work for encouraging the physical and psychological integrity of women. We didn't spoke today about the role of women in the world, but also in which way they were victims of this incredible situation, incredible pandemic situation. And then we work for guaranteeing and promoting respect for human rights, also for migrant people, another vulnerable target group in Italy, but not also in Italy. And we think that our work was very important, our job was very important, because we try to reducing poverty and exclusion or social marginalization, not only in Italy. And I would like to conclude answering to this question, how we work. We work using participation. We think that the role of civic society is very, very important. Also to underline how much is important the access to vaccine. And so we take part in a great alliance, People Vaccine Alliance, and we think that here in the participation and the transparency is the future for all the world.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the speakers? Yes, please, Ambassador.
Yeah, I think that one of the solutions is investing into trust building. So governments need to seek for civil society's trust, and as Ms. Our Italian participant said, participation is also important. And then third, I would mention that positive examples. So like we should raise the awareness of positive cooperation between government and civil society. So the mask app of Korea is a very good example, and which everybody praises. So those dark forces that want more government power and less role for civil society would not have a base for their wishes. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, please.
Well, to add to that, as I conducted the survey last year in overcoming COVID-19, and to revitalize the civic society groups regionally. I looked at the two correlations of the two, and the better the COVID-19 was being overcome, better the revitalization of civil societies, and therefore better engagement in resolving the crisis. And based on this example, in order to overcome the crisis from the grassroots level, we need to revitalize participation.
One of the greatest challenges for moderator is timekeeping. So we have just 1 second, and I think we are quite successful in managing times. And before we close, just a few comments. The open society and the open government, this issue, I think we are facing a greatest challenge now. To meet this challenge, I believe the role of civil society and the role of government and the partnership between these two actors is so important. And if we are successful in this coordination, in fighting for these challenges, I think we can achieve more open and transparent society, more open and transparent government. So then we can restore respect and trust in human dignity. It was a huge honor to host this session, and great to have all of you, speakers and panelists on this program, and the audience. Thank you so much for joining us today. God bless you. Thank you very much.